At the birth! Hi guys, VEGGIEKNIGHTS back and we're back to Harry Potter book reviews, guys. Goblet of Fire, chapters 16 and 17. Yes, guys, they're iconic chapters, guys. They're iconic chapters. First one we'll be covering is a chunky one, guys. That's a lot of information in. My notes are huge for it. And then obviously we have the 17th chapter as well. Both very crucial chapters, guys. But like I say, very iconic for one specific moment. So we will get to that. But yes, I hope you're all doing well, guys. If you're new here, these are an in-depth breakdown, as you can probably tell by the runtime, of the Harry Potter books. Been doing it for a while now. Obviously we're over in Goblet of Fire, a lot of people's favourite book and least favourite movie. I still enjoy the movie, guys, but I'm really starting to understand why people have reservations with it, especially book readers, if you've read the book first. Because I always find, like, the other way around, it's kind of like a bonus. It doesn't have to be perfect, if you know what I mean. In my opinion, guys, I'm going on something. There's a video game series called Danganronpa, and there's an anime of the first game of Danganronpa, and the anime misses so much. So it misses out nearly everything in it. But because if you played the video game first, and it doesn't really matter because it's kind of like a bonus. And so I feel like the people that really suffer are the ones who read the book first and were looking forward to seeing Bagman and all the rest and everything, and then Silch. Although I do think that there is an argument to say that Bagman shouldn't have been in a particular scene in these chapters, but we'll get into that as we go. But yes, guys, so yeah, if you are new here, and if you want to be a part of these book reviews, then you can be a part of the Harry... Oh, I need to do this. Saves a lot of exporting time me doing it like this. There we go. The Harry Potter Book Club, which is something that is over on the Patreon, where you can leave your comments and your thoughts and opinions or questions about these chapters for me to read out in the latter half of these episodes. Always a lot of fun, guys. It's my favourite part of doing these book reviews is seeing your comments. Obviously, you can leave a comment on the YouTube channel as well, but if you want to be a part of the video and also get 2 book clubs ahead, guys, over on the Patreon, there will be 2 book clubs that are currently unavailable to you and will be coming in the future. But if you want to check them out straight away, you can do, guys. It's essentially another 10 hours of me waffling, basically. It's if you want to suffer that, go and check out the Patreon, guys. You go back to Patreon for as little as you want to get access to everything that's on there, including Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which we just watched the last episode of season 4, guys. I loved it. I loved it. And oh yeah, and maybe something else is coming soon. Yeah, maybe. There's a certain popular animated series that came out, I think, a couple of years ago. And a few months ago, in fact, I actually recorded my reaction to the first episode. Unfortunately, the last few months have been very rough for me, guys, and so I haven't had time to actually put it aside and edit it, and then, you know, post it and then record the next one and everything. All I'll say is, it's not for kids. The first episode, sure, it's for kids. So if you have any idea what that could be, I'll say this: the ending of the episode sure isn't for kids. So there we go. So but yes, that might be coming to the channel and the Patreon soon. Either way, guys, thank you so much for listening. So that's not right. Oh, good opportunity to say thank you so much to Jonas for doing these wonderful side panels. They always look wonderful. And obviously shout out to Raider Max for doing the summaries that lead us into my notes from the books. That saves me a lot of time, so thank you. Let's get into it, guys. I've just done my watching the movie scenes, and it's basically just 2 scenes. It's kind of 3 scenes, isn't it? Because the movie really does jump around and everything. And there are some things that you know, which are definitely done better in the book. There are some things who's done much better in the movie. Let's get into Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Nope. Let's have another run up at that. Harry Potter, the Goblet of Fire, chapter 16. The Goblet of Fire. Okay, that just sounded really confusing. Ron does not try to hide his excitement at Victor Krum being at Hogwarts, as it seems to be all he cares about. The students from the other schools take in Hogwarts differently, with Drumstrang students find it fascinating, but Beauxbatons not so much. Beauxbatons. While sitting enjoying a meal, Ron seems to be enchanted by a certain Beauxbaton girl. The trio notice that Ludo Bagman and Mr. Crouch are eating with the teachers. Dumbledore makes the announcement that the tournament will begin and that he, along with the other headmaster and headmistress, Mr. Bartman and Bagman, I say a mixture of Barty Crouch and Bagman. Bagman and Mr. Crouch will all be judges. Filch then brings in the case that contains the impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore repeats that there is an age restriction, as if Fred and George care about that. On his way out, Karkaroff stops and glimpses at Harry, but before he can stare too long, he catches the mad eye of Moody. Drumstrang students all put their names in, and now is when the twins plus Lee Jordan put their plan into effect, as they take aging potion and cross the line. As expected, it doesn't work, and they age into old men, which causes everyone, including Dumbledore, to laugh. We will discuss this. But Barton's students all put theirs in. And notable Hogwarts students such as Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff, and Angelina Johnson, Gryffindor, put their names in as well. It's a shame that wasn't in the movie. Anyway, I don't know. Side note, Hermione epically fails to get Hagrid into SPEW. I'm so glad that she spoke with Hagrid, but we will discuss it though. It's now time for the Halloween feast, where the champions will be chosen. Hagrid seems to be dressed to the nines. The three champions are chosen, with Krum for Drumstrang, Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons, and Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. Dumbledore stops during his speech as business is about to pick up when the Goblet sends out another name, Harry Potter. Thank you so much for the summary, Max. They are always wonderful and save me so much time. And thank you, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels as well. So, here we go, guys. So, yes, Rod is, what's the term? Dotty about the fact that Krum is there, guys. It's interesting, because... Should we go to this straight away? I think I will. Harry doesn't seem to care. We discussed this before, guys, with SPEW in the past, where Harry is just not really giving an opinion on it. And from what we know of Harry, he absolutely would be amazed that Krum is there. Now, in the movie, it really is just... oh. I'm not even sure if Ron is excited about Krum being there. No, he is, isn't he? He like says there's Krum and everything, but that then like dissipates where he's not really like excited about whenever he comes into the room and everything. In fact, when Krum puts his name into the Goblet of Fire, it's so odd that all the Hogwarts students like go when he just walks into the room. It's just anyway. He's a celebrity for one thing, but also he is just another student. So yeah, it really sets Krum up to be like a Darth Vader sort of villain in the movie, guys. I'm just not getting that at all so far in the book. Yeah, he seems quiet. That's really it. That's all we really gotten from it. And yet at this point in the movie, we're setting up as, okay, here's our villain. That being said, I think that may have been done on purpose because this book and this movie has a lot of potential villains in it, and so maybe they wanted another red herring out there. Maybe, but yeah, it seems cruel the way that Krum is portrayed in the movie. You know, he's just a kid. Yeah, anyway. poor Krum is what I'm saying. So yeah, Harry isn't really showing any real excitement about having Krum there, which is I don't know. I would have thought he would have done, but it's just Ron. Well, it's not just Ron. It's also a bunch of girls as well that go after him, but we'll get to that in a moment. Go after him, sorry. Hermione says, "Okay, he's only a Quidditch player." It's interesting that Hermione would say that because she knows. Again, she was at the game as well. She knows that Krum is a big deal. You know, not only, you know, the fact that he is this great player and everything, but he made the decision to end the World Cup. You know, I'd imagine anyone would want to at least have a chat with him about that. And so it's, yeah, I think that Hermione might be putting it down because she's not into Quidditch as much as the rest, and so maybe that's it. But yeah, also I've got a joke down here saying that maybe Hermione has an issue with foreigners because she really seems to have it in for Bo Barton's opinions of Hogwarts, apparent opinions of Hogwarts. It's a joke, guys. I'm being light-hearted. I'm sure that that's not what's going on. But yeah, Hermione's like downplaying. I guess it's because Ron is going so over the top with excitement. I mean, he really is, guys. In fact, he said something later on which made me laugh. So I thought he was going to say something else. But yeah, she's kind of like downplaying the fact that Krum is there. But it is a big deal, though, guys. Like if Krum is meant to be like one of the greatest players on the planet, it's absolutely a big deal, you know. But yeah, it's Hermione. It's Ron is overexcited about something. Hermione's there to, like, you know, kind of put it down a little bit, which makes sense. That's what friends are for. Oh yeah, I've got a question. Does the Quidditch League run during school time? Presumably not. Or does Krum just not attend lessons when he has to be training or playing? You know, I guess that's. I guess it's a bit different with the Wizarding World because you could just, you know, if all the games are after school and everything, then he could just, you know, teleport around, I guess, you know, with people, I guess, to the games. But yeah, I wonder if the league, I should say, because the World Cup is obviously during the summer, so no school time is lost there at all, but the league stuff, because we know that there is there's the Chumley, what are they called, the ones that Harry supports, or Ron does, I think. I think they both do know, I think. Yeah, I wonder if they do actually run during school times and how that would affect Krum. But you know, we learn in this chapter, guys, that apparently that you know, the Triwizard champions just aren't going to be taking their exams, which apparently is a thing. Anyway. A group of girl passes the three, all talking about getting Krum's autograph. This is very interesting, guys, because again, the first time that we see Hogwarts students' reaction to Krum, aside from when the big dance is going on, which I don't like, guys. The more I think about it, I really don't like the way that Bo Bartons or Drumstrang were introduced. I get what they were going for. I just don't think it was very healthy in a way. But it is meant to be adolescent, and they're pushing this whole male and female. So I can absolutely understand what they were going for. Either way. But no, the first time that we see Stuart's actual reaction to Krum on his own, they all look absolutely mortified, apart from Hermione, of course. But they all look, you know, completely. It's Krum. Granted, scary music plays when he enters the room, but I don't think that the actors, and I'm not blaming the actors, I don't think that the director and the actors knew that the scary music was playing. You know what I mean? I'm not making any sense. The characters, I mean. Anyway, he isn't really treated like a celebrity in the movie. Yeah, not a celebrity. He's treated as this, I guess, notorious villain. It's weird, guys. It's weird. The girls still do fancy him in the movie. Yes, because I remember later on when everyone is putting out their invitations to the ball, there is that one scene where Krum is running on the lakeside, I think, and there's like a group of Hogwartsian girls chasing after him. No, Bo Barton's interesting. I don't think. Well, we will get there, guys. I can't imagine that scene is going to be in the movie, but it might be. But it might be. You know, with Hermione reading on the lakeside. Would you believe it? I don't have a single quill on me. Okay, this is why these videos end up being 5 or 6 hours long, guys, because I do question, why would you have more than one quill on you? I don't even heard that, guys. Someone just screamed. I'm just going to go and check that nothing's going on outside my house. I think it was just a group of teenagers just having a good scream. That seems to be a hobby nowadays, guys. You know, back in the 90s, it was all Quidditch and all that. Now they just have a good scream. Either way, oh no, I don't know where I am. Not very far. That is the answer to that. So yes, why would you need more than one quill? Pointless question, guys. But I presume that the ink that they use is magic as well, and so you wouldn't need different colours. I don't know. I don't think it's ever come up on the ink, to be honest. I don't think. Either way, yeah. Why? Yeah, it seems odd that they don't have a single quill on you. Ron then asks Harry if he has one on him as well, and Harry again's like, nope. It just doesn't seem to be excited in the slightest that Krum is there, which is kind of, you know, a bit of a surprise. Yeah, and so that now I've got down here, like, Harry doesn't seem excited about Krum being there. No opinion on SPEW. There's certain aspects of things happening around Harry where he seems completely uninterested. Uninterested? Uninterested? Disinterested? Disinterested. Uninterested. Disinterested. Disinterested. Yes. Bo Barton sits at the Ravenclaw table. There is like a little moment where you do actually see Fleur and her sister sitting at the Ravenclaw table. I think next to Cho. I think, yes. Which is obviously a nice little, I guess, reference to this. They're looking very, very glum. I think it's mostly the weather that's bothering them rather than Hogwarts, the castle itself. I'm not sure, but yeah, I get the feeling that the fact that it's just like horrible weather has like just re-dampened their mood and everything. Or maybe they're not particularly happy about, you know, being a part of the whole thing. Maybe, I'm not sure. Hermione is instantly very defensive about like the weather, and like says, why didn't you bring cloaks? But yes, they are not too happy with Bo Bartons. Drumstrang sit at the Slytherin table. I've got down here figures. I could have put money on the fact that they sit at the Slytherin table, quite frankly. Draco, Krum and Goyle look very smug about the fact that there. Draco actually gets to talk to Krum. And Ron says how smarmy Draco is being, talking to Krum and like making a big deal out of him. Big deal out of him, completely, you know, contradicting what he's doing himself. He then goes into asking where the Drumstrang, I was going to say boys then, the Drumstrang students are going to be sleeping. And like he's just like babbling at this point, and like says, oh maybe they could sleep in the Gryffindor dorms. I don't. And then he says the line, guys, and because I'm a child, maybe. What? No, anyway, okay, I'm just gonna say it. Okay, so yeah, Ron says about them going into the Gryffindor dorms, and then says, I wouldn't mind giving him my bed. Now, because I'm a child, guys, mid-sentence, I found that very, very funny. But let's just move on, okay? And sleep on... oh, yeah, and Ron says that he doesn't mind giving him his bed. And that Ron can sleep on a camper, which is... Poor Ron. But, you know, he's excited, though. And so this seems completely real to me, guys, Ron's reaction to Krum being there. Drumstrang seemed very, very impressed by the golden plates and goblets and everything, and like looking up at the ceiling and everything. I finally worked out what happens in that scene when I don't know if any of you filled me in, guys, or maybe you were like choosing not to because it's weirdly half spoilery, maybe. But the ceiling in the Great Hall having that sudden storm, it's because this is in a movie exclusively. Moody looks at Mr. Crouch. I didn't pick up on that at all because we have had it where students in the movie at least are affecting, like, you know, the weather conditions in the hall because of their moods and everything. And so there you go, right there. Filch is adding chairs to the teacher's table, 4 on each side of Dumbledore. Bobartons stand up when Maddie Maxine enters and then sit down when she sits down. Some of the Hogwarts students find that funny, which I can understand. It's quite, you know, that's the great thing about this, guys, that we're seeing different cultures, which is so cool. It's so cool, and you really don't get that in the movie. Like, everyone, including Fleur and Krum, are essentially stereotypes, and that's it. Nothing more. Whereas Fleur, we learn a lot more about her personality in the next chapter, guys, and so this is a big chapter, you know, guys. 16. I feel like it should be 2, but either way. But yeah, they really are quite robotic. You don't really get any, like, little things where, like the different foods, which we'll come into in a moment, but also the fact that the students stand up when the teacher enters the room and everything. It's really nice little cultural moments that make them seem alien to people at Hogwarts and everything, you know? And obviously that would be going the other way around as well. But yeah, I do appreciate that. One of Barton's laughs when Dumbledore says he hopes they enjoy their stay. That's another character moment for Fleur, because that is actually her, isn't it? I've just remembered that is actually her, isn't it? Which we don't know at this point, though. But yeah, she is actually the one who, like, goes, ha! when Dumbledore says about, I hope they enjoy their stay, which is extremely rude. You'd imagine that Madame Maxime wouldn't be happy with that. And if she is, she's rude as well, quite frankly, because that is incredibly disrespectful to the headmaster, in my opinion. Hermione bristles at her. I've never heard this term before, but yeah, bristles at her. I had to look it up just to see what it meant. And says, I think under her breath, but not particularly out loud, so she could hear, and says, "No one's making you stay." This is where I got my notes saying, "Is Hermione okay with foreigners?" Now that is a complete joke, guys. Please do not take too much into it. I'm purely joking. It's just the fact that, you know, she's putting down Krum. She's looking annoyed at students who I think are upset about the weather more than anything. Maybe they are just upset about being at Hogwarts. Maybe. I guess what would be ideal is to see what the French school is like, Bobartons, I should say, and see how it compares to this rickety old castle. Maybe Bobartons is a very modern building. Maybe that's it. Although I'd imagine magic is going to be more potent in all the buildings, which I feel like is probably a reason why you'd want to have it there. Yeah. It's extremely rude of the girl. Presumably, Maxime would be happy with her. Exactly. Yeah. I really don't think that she would be very happy with the way that Fleur is actually behaving now. I completely forgot it is actually her, isn't it? Because we do get the it does all connect up. Foreign food appears with the usual food. Ron asks what this shellfish stew is, and Hermione says bouillabaisse, and Ron says gesundheit, or, you know, excuse you, or, you know, pretending that she's just sneezing and everything. I think it would be much funnier if Ron said, "I only asked." That'd be funny, right? Hey, what's that? Bouillabaisse. I only asked. I think that's funny. But then again, I'm not an award-winning writer, so I can shut up. Right, Hermione had some in France the summer before last, and liked it, the bouillabaisse. So that's a really nice callback, guys, because I'd actually completely forgot that she'd gone to France, and so that's actually a really nice connection. Presumably she likes the French guys. Yeah, I'm purely joking about saying, because it's just like the first 3 things that she says after after both Barton and Drumstrag arrive is all negative on... Well, not negative. She's not negative on Krum, but she is downplaying the importance of Krum. Anyway. So yeah, Hermione says that it's very nice. Ron says, well, I'll take your word for it, and reaches to pick up some black pudding. I feel like it's interesting they chose black pudding there, guys, because I don't know particularly to the French, but I know to a lot of other cultures, the idea of black pudding is sickening. Like, the idea of black pudding is such that they would never even try it. And I feel like that's what Ron's going through with the shellfish stew here, and so I feel like it's like a bit of like saying, I'm not going to try all that weird stuff, and then reaches for what, compacted dried blood, isn't it? I can't remember, guys. It's very nice. I'm vegan, guys, but I remember thoroughly enjoying black pudding. I'd say it's like a peppery stuffing. That's what I'd say it tastes like. You can get vegan stuff, which is pretty much tastes exactly as I remember black pudding tasting. But it is good stuff. It is essentially pig's blood. It's blood, basically. It's called blood sausage. Which I'm sure to some cultures that sounds grotesque too. I never really understood that, guys. Even when I was eating meat, the idea of I take that back, because obviously, you know, with dogs, with some cultures, although I think even in countries where they eat dog, it's quite an underground thing now, isn't it? I believe. Rabbits, I can never eat rabbit, guys. I think because I loved Watership Down so much as a kid. But that's just me, though. You know, and so. Like I remember, like apparently, like eating the cartilage off chicken wings and stuff like that is odd, guys. But I remember doing it when I was a kid. So yeah. So I what I'm saying is, I think that they chose black pudding here as an ironic thing. Ironic. Ron's being very ironic. This time, okay. The next, they should have split this into 2 chapters, guys. Basically, when they brought the Goblet of Fire out, end of chapter. And then lead up to Harry's name being called out of it. Those should have been 2 chapters. The second of which could have been called Goblet of Fire. The first one should have been called Ironic. Ironic. I'm not going to break down. Right, Hagrid arrives with a very bandaged hand. God. Ron says that the Squirts have finally that he finally found out what the Squirts like to eat, Hagrid's fingers. Presumably, Hagrid has gone off to see Pomfrey to get those bandages on. Oh, sorry. Should be yawning this early. The Girl Who Laughed, not The Man Who Laughed, which is an old movie that the Joker was based on. Ignore me. Silent movie. I think it's silent. I'm pretty sure that The Man Who Laughed was a silent movie. But yeah, like the Joker was inspired by the Batman villain. The Joker was inspired by The Man Who Laughed. In fact, I think there's a Batman story called The Man Who Laughed. Anyway, who cares? The Girl Who Laughed asked if they wanted the Bouillabaisse, or if they were finished with the Bouillabaisse. I've got down here Fleur ? Ron goes purple when he sees her. It's amazing. Goes to speak, but gargles just come out. Ron pretends that the Bouillabaisse was lovely or delicious. When she goes, like Ron says that she's a Veela. But Harry clearly isn't affected. In fact, Hermione does point out. I mean, there are several. I think it says all male students who are fixated on Fleur as she's going between the tables and everything. But again, like going back to what I was saying about Harry not really having an opinion on everything. Like he just basically goes, "Yeah, take it," to Fleur, which is not rude. She does say excuse me. I'm sure she says excuse me, which is obviously polite. And so it's a shame that there was no like, oh hello, welcome to Hogwarts and everything. Yeah, take it. Oh, get out of my sight. He doesn't say that. But yeah. I'm being too hard on Harry again, guys, which is something which I promise you I'm not going to be doing. In fact, during these chapters, guys, it's the next chapter, in fact. No, it isn't. It is this chapter. Something dawned on me that I'm actually very hard on Hagrid as well. A lot of the time as well. And so I'll be reading that in. I will still be giving you my honest opinions, obviously, but I need to not go as hard in on some characters. Oh yeah, this bit's weird. And even as a, 13-year-old? 14-year-old at this point? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Okay, so Fleur walks back, and Hermione's like, Ron is staring at her and says, "They don't make them like that at Hogwarts." It's such a strange thing to say. And then Harry follows it up by saying they make him okay at Hogwarts. And I just imagine Hermione's like saying, "What the hell are you two talking about?" But she doesn't know. It does say that Harry says it without thinking, which is very interesting. And I think that it could be because he is relatively close to Cho. Possibly. But yeah, it just seems odd. Especially with Hermione's son is like, what are you talking about making him? Bagman arrives as well as Crouch. Bagman gets much more applause when introduced. Either because of his fame or as Harry assesses because he looks so much more likable. I think, Crouch actually looks bored here. In fact, we'll come up to that in a second. But yeah, he's looking actively bored, which is interesting, guys. Especially going on what he says in the next chapter. You get the impression that he doesn't want to be there, but at this point he looks actually dull, quite frankly. So we get a description of Bagman. And it says that he's got a toothbrush moustache. Now, I didn't even register that Roger Lloyd Pack in the movie had a toothbrush moustache there as well. It's quite an odd thing, guys, in the 90s for someone to have a toothbrush moustache. Now, granted, this is the Wizarding World, so maybe, you know, the stigma that the toothbrush moustache, which obviously has another name nowadays, the stigma of it isn't there. I guess that's it. But I do get the impression that the author chose it for a reason as well. Because back in the 70s, 80s and 90s, and 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s, I think by the year 2000 it was done with. In Britain, if you wanted a character to be... I mean, I may as well say it, guys. It's also known as a Hitler moustache. That's absolutely relevant to what we're going to be talking about, so I need to say it now. Back then, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, if you wanted to very, very simply make a character... create a character in a show, TV show, comic, or anything that is very, very stern and strict and, like, you know, very for the rules and everything like that, then you gave them this moustache. Now, that could be with reference to Hitler. It could also be reference to the military, obviously, because I think it was actually quite a popular moustache back then anyway, amongst people who went through the military and everything. But then because it is completely associated with Hitler now, there is a comedian who I used to listen to a lot of their stuff who tried to bring it back. But he's a very, very left-wing guy, like a very, very left-wing comedian. But he was trying to reclaim the toothbrush moustache. It was basically a social experiment. He wanted to see how people would react to him. And apparently, largely, people didn't really react to it. I can't remember how it went, actually, to be honest. But yes, he's a very left-wing comedian, guys. He wasn't, you know, he wasn't trying to, like, you know, be a part of Hitler's fan group or anything like that. But yes, sorry, I'm getting on such a tangent. So some examples of shows which would have toothbrush moustaches to portray a character as being very, very strict and stern, usually quite dull as well. Blakey from On the Buses is obviously we talked about him before for some reason. He's essentially exactly what I described, like very, very... Well, he's actually not that strict, in my opinion, but he, like, strict, wants everything to be done correctly, doesn't love messing around and everything. You give him toothbrush moustache, you have that association. There's a comic book called The Beano in the UK, and I don't know if this is still the case, because obviously The Beano is still going, but Dennis the Menace, who is a different character from the blonde character that you may know of, in the UK, he's got like it's a different character, he's got like black spiky hair and like a red and black. So imagine this was red and black. That basically dresses him. Jumper. And his dad had the toothbrush moustache because that was the whole portrayal. You know, teachers in TV shows would very, very often have these moustaches. In fact, the another Brick in the Wall music video, I'm pretty certain the teacher on that has the toothbrush moustache. And so it is a default. This is what the character is, just by their facial hair. And, you know, it's smart. And so I'm thinking that's why it was chosen here for Barty to have it. Which makes a lot of sense, guys. And like I say, you could explain around the fact that in reality, in the 90s, no one had a toothbrush moustache, guys. You wouldn't have gone away with it, in my opinion. Gotten away with it. People would take exception if you were to have one. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I can't think of any real-life celebrity that had a toothbrush moustache in the 90s. Sorry for a long tangent. I knew I was going to do that, but yeah, little history about the toothbrush moustache there, and why I feel like it's being used here, and how it's absolutely fine, because maybe Hitler just isn't see. Maybe he is used by a lot of politicians in the Wizarding world to say, hey, these muggles, you know what they can be like? Which obviously we see later on in the Harry Potter books. We absolutely see it in Fantastic Beasts. But he isn't... But it's not to the point where having the same moustache as him would seem as a political statement, basically. Either way. Sorry for the tangent, guys. I knew I was going to go on a tangent on that. Yeah, I don't know if Dennis the Menace, because the Beano is definitely still going, but I have no idea if... you know what, I'm going to look it up. Does Dennis the Menace's dad still have a toothbrush moustache? Because I would imagine not. And this is why these videos are so blooming long, guys. Dennis the Menace dad. I'm going to have to put Beano in this as well, aren't I? Oh, it looks like he does still have the moustache. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. He looks completely different now. Unless that is meant to be Dennis and the new Dennis the Menace is the junior, maybe. Dennis's dad. Okay. At some point, he clearly has had a massive redesign. Unless they just aged it so now that the original dad... Okay, hang on a second, guys. I want to read this. Very interesting. Okay, so it looks like they've done a Donkey Kong, where Dennis the Menace is now the dad, and his son, I presume, is Dennis the Menace Jr. Just looks exactly like Dennis the Menace. I guess to just write out the old design for Dennis the Menace's dad. But yeah, either way, sorry for a long tangent there, guys. But I really wanted to read that, because I didn't realise that it had a redesign. But that happened back in 2012, apparently. Either way, like I say, none of you are going to know what I'm talking about if you're not from the UK, guys. But in the UK, there's a comic book character called Dennis the Menace. Right. Which is different from the American one. So, that was the longest tangent of the day. But we're getting through it, guys. So Bagman and Crouch will also be on the panel of judges alongside Dumbledore and the other two heads. Filch carries in a chest. The tasks and arrangements for them have already been made. That makes sense. Yeah, sorry. So the tasks have already been decided what they're going to be and everything. So, which completely makes sense, guys. It'd be very odd if it happened later. I do have down here that if anyone was able to find out what they were, that would be a huge advantage to their students and everything. But I don't think there's any of that going on. There's going to be 3 tasks, and they will test magical prowess, daringness, powers of deduction, and the ability to cope with danger, which is kind of daringness, kind of. Not sure. I feel like they've changed the order of the tasks around as well, because I swear that the first task in the movie is the egg one, whereas it sounds like the task that's coming up first is going to be dragons, I think. We'll get into it in the second chapter, though, so we get some hints around that. Apparently it's all point-based, guys. I had no idea about this, and so it's cumulative. You know what I'm trying to say? You keep the points and they add up, and so I have got down here that it is possibly, technically, very unlikely. It depends how many points there are. If it's out of 5, maybe not so much. But if it could be like hundreds or anything, there is a small, tiny chance that if you were to die in the second task, you would still win the Dry Wizard tournaments mathematically, because it's I can't say it. Cumulative. I can't say it because you keep the points and they add up. It does mean that these little things can happen. The goblet is the impartial selector, of course. The Goblet of Fire is wooden and to Harry's point of view, unremarkable aside from the blue flames. In the movie, it's absolutely remarkable. It's very, very gothic. It looks like it's got a little building halfway up it. But yeah, I think that they really went to town on the redesign. I don't mind that. I feel like I don't mind that. It's a bit Indiana Jones, isn't it, with the whole goblet thing. You know what? I've seen the first Indiana Jones once, and I've seen scenes from the other one. So I obviously know the scene with the chalice, which is what I'm referring to here. But yeah, I've never actually sat down and watched the rest of them though. There's a new one out, isn't there? I don't know. I know that people get annoyed with the whole fridge scene in one of the most recent ones. Is it Crystal Skull? But from what I understand in Indiana Jones movies being, I feel like that's completely normal, to be honest. Anyway, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't really have an opinion. Jonas has just sent me a message. Shall I read out what Jonas has said? Jonas of the side panel. If it's anything personal, don't worry, I won't read it out. I don't think it will be. Perfect. Smiley face. That's what his message says. Right, so moving on. So now you know when I was recording this. But yeah, it's certainly much bigger in the movie. The names will be pulled on Halloween, which is the next day. An age line will be put around the Goblet of Fire, stopping anyone under age from entering. Why have I got stopping in capital letters? Stopping anyone from entering. Oh, that's right, yes. Because I question... Well, actually, I still question exactly what happens with Fred and George, which is in this chapter, guys, because it appears it is very different in the movie and the book. But even then, I'm still not 100% sure what happened, because the line is meant to stop people. I guess I mean, maybe it says stop as in deter. Maybe that's what it meant. But yeah, the fact that it's meant to stop them from entering. Students chosen are obliged to see the tournament through. I got down here why, and also got down here what will happen. It's never explained. From what I gather, guys, in the movie and in the book, you know, knowing what can be a binding spell later on is a thing, guys. But at this point, we haven't had any binding spells, have we? Have we? I don't think we have. But no one just says you're gonna die if you don't go through it. Presumably that's what it is. And if that is what it is, then they are idiots for using the blooming Goblet of Fire. They're idiots for using the Goblet of Fire to decide this, guys, because they're basically... I don't know. Anyway. Because the Goblet of Fire is a new thing, right? When it comes to the Tri-Wizard tournament. Oh, I could have that wrong. I could have that wrong, guys, but I feel like it was brought in for a reason. And so it wasn't always the way that way the students were chosen. I could be wrong. But yeah, if it's true, then they're idiots. Everyone involved is an idiot. Fred instantly comes up with the idea of the aging spell. Hermione doesn't think anyone under 17 would stand a chance in it, which is fair, apart from... Trying to think exactly how Harry does in these tasks. No, yeah, he does it's absolutely him in the dragon one. The underwater one, I guess you could argue there is more going on, but you know, he's using French and everything, isn't he? I'm not sure. We'll cover it when we cover it, guys. But obviously, you know, Harry, being Harry, does have the ability to do things that other students can't. Drumstrang talk in English when talking privately with each other, which is very interesting, guys. I did look this up, guys, and I did find out a bit of information that I may not meant. I don't think it's a big deal. But when I typed in Drumstrang language, it said that Drumstrang lessons are actually strictly taught in English. Why that would be, I'm not 100% sure, guys. I'm really, really not. Maybe because it's a universal language and they have lots of students from different languages. But apparently the first years at Drumstrang don't... in Drumstrang are learning English. And so their other lessons are not done in English. But after that, they are. I got down here. It seems odd and convenient, but it's not a big deal. I think you could easily write it away. And maybe there is an explanation for it. Karkaroff offers to order Krum some mulled wine, because I feel like Krum's still got this head cold going on. Another student, apparently called Polyakov, asks him if he could have some mulled wine, and Karkaroff, like, very angrily says, "I wasn't offering it to you." You get the impression that Karkaroff absolutely is putting money on the fact that Krum is going to be the one chosen, which I think is probably very likely anyway. But yeah, that disrespect of like, and also Krum is ill. But I feel like you get the impression from that moment that Krum really sees, that Karkaroff sees Krum as his golden boy, and so I feel like that's what's going on there. Harry lets them go through the doorway, so at the end of the feast and everything, like Harry like steps back for Karkaroff to walk through, and like Karkaroff like quite aggressively but angrily says thank you, which is still polite, I guess. But then like does a double take and notices the scar on him, and it's just like not in awe, but I guess I'm not sure. I think it may even be a slight bit of fear and everything, but I think it's a surprise, and I think that all the Drumstrang students are like, oh, hang on, when they see the scar as well. And then very quickly, someone behind Harry says, yes, that's Harry Potter, and it's Mad-Eye, who's like staring right back at Karkaroff, and you really get the feeling that there is something going on. This is not something which really is covered in the movie at all, but I really like this little bit, and we get some more later on in the next chapter where Karkaroff and Moody clearly have a lot of grudges about each other, and you do get the impression that Karkaroff is actually kind of scared, kind of. But he's too busy ranting in the next chapter, which is, God, the movie just flies through that scene. It really does. So yeah, it's like a really nice standoff between Moody and Karkaroff with Harry in between them. Karkaroff looks angry and in disbelief at Moody. I got down here, was Moody not at the feast? Did Karkaroff not see him there? Maybe he wasn't at the feast. You know what Moody can be like. But I guess that Karkaroff also didn't know that Moody was the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Maybe. Because like I say, it is a look of disbelief that Karkaroff gives Moody. And also, he obviously knew that Harry was going to be there. Even so, seeing Harry there is going to be like, oh, like that. Oh, it's Harry. I knew you're here. I just wasn't expecting you to be right there. But then for Moody, he actually does seem a little bit more perplexed by him being there. Good moment. Good moment. It's the next day. It's a Saturday, guys. I got down here, not much seems to happen on weekends, does it? It seems to be lesson days where the big stuff happens in Harry Potter books. I'm probably wrong there. I'm sure a lot happens on the weekends. The free get up earlier than they usually would do, as do a lot of other students. I think just to like see who puts their name in the goblet. The aging line is golden, which I've written down here because I thought it was blue in the movie, but I think it's just because the entire room is blue because of the Goblet of Fire, and there's no lighting in there. It looks very good though. All the Drumstrang have already, I guess, presumably got up early and put their names in as a group. Didn't realise it was like that from the movie. Yeah, that's right, because obviously it's Krum comes in with Karkaroff, and you almost get the impression that Krum is the only one putting it in. I gotta say, guys, in the movie, I actually don't get the impression that all the other students are putting their names in. But they have to be, though, because when Krum is picked, there's like celebration, so it wouldn't be completely obvious. But yeah, I think it, like I say, maybe you guys don't. I'm not complaining or everything, but it's just weird when Krum comes in and everyone's like, oh no, maybe it seems like they're scared of it, which is strange, guys. Especially from Ron, who idolizes this guy, and Harry, quite frankly. There's a nice bit in the movie actually where like one of the students like puts his name in, and like it like pans over to Harry and Ron there, and like Harry looks like really excited for the person who's putting their name in. It's a really cool little moment, guys. Radcliffe does a great job in this little moment. He's like, oh, good for him. That's really exciting. It's a really nice little moment. It's when Neville's reading the book behind them. When rewatching it just now, I was like, a nice little touch there. I like that about Harry, and then Ron like says, "Oh, imagine being able to in a few years' time, we'll be able to put our names in." And I think Harry like says, "Better you than me." So you really get the impression that Harry in the movie doesn't want any part of the tournament, which I would say is out of character. He does, and then later on, when talking with Ron in the bedroom, which we will talk to in the movie, say, I don't want to be famous. I just want to be, and then just stops his sentence. Yeah, that's a good point actually, because book and movie Harry are very different when it comes to glory, aren't they? And there's a really nice bit in the next chapter, which I'll mention briefly here, where Harry thinks to himself, "Yeah, I wanted to be," thinking to himself, I did want to be a part of it, but only as a joke, as like an idle thought and everything, which is a really nice little line. I really like that. But in the movie, he doesn't want any part of it at all, which I would say is kind of out of character. But movie Harry is a lot more. I think I've referred to him as blank canvas before. There's not much going on with him in the early movies. I feel like by Goblet there is, but Harry not wanting to be a part of the tournament, even from a fanboy fantasy way, he doesn't want any part of it. Yeah, it seems odd. But a useful line for movie watchers to think, oh, he doesn't want to be part of it? Okay, cool. And then what happens. And so, yeah, that was... It served a purpose, that line. Even though I'd say it's kind of contradictory to what we, as the book readers, now know about Harry. But I love the way that later on he does think about, yeah, I was dreaming of it, but it was a dream, it's a joke, it's like, yeah, I like that, I like it. Anyway. Oh, okay, yes, we are getting through it. I'm just gonna delete some of my lines because then I won't keep on losing where I am. Harry says that, and also it makes sense that the class, that the schools are putting their names in as a group, because Bo Barton's comes in and forms lines and does it. Harry says that some Hogwarts students could have put their names in last night. Key little line there. so no one would be watching him. Actually, which is nice, actually, because he says that that's what he would have done, because he wouldn't want everyone watching him when putting his name in and everything, you know, because it's not really pressure. I guess the embarrassment of it, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but yeah, he says that's what he would do, which then pays off badly for him in the next chapter. Oh, that's right. He says that imagine if the goblet spit your name back out again, which isn't a thing. It's very interesting that he says that, but I'm pretty sure that isn't a thing. I guess it kind of is if the movie is correct, which we will get to, guys, because now Fred, George, and Lee come along. They've already taken the age potion. Only Fred and George, I believe. I don't think Lee has anything. It's very interesting that they've had like 1 drop each, with the idea that will only age them by a couple of months or a few months. So like if you gulp it, it will drastically age you, but if you have a tiny bit, then it'll age you a little bit. Dale has given Lee. Oh yeah, Jim Dale has given Lee Jordan a Scottish accent also. I'm pretty sure it's all the son. I'm pretty certain that Lee Jordan has not had a Scottish accent up to this point. I was wondering who the hell Dale was when I read my notes then. Fred goes first, stepping over the line. George celebrates and follows him. But it's a very brief thing where basically Fred steps over, George sees it's possible, like, yeah, and then steps over as well. And before they even have time to celebrate, before they have time to put their names into the Goblet of Fire, they are blown out of the circle 10 feet away, which must have hurt quite a bit. Yeah, they pop out very long beards. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure what happened, guys. And this goes for the movie as well. The movie is very different. Okay, so I'll tell you what happens in the movie. They both jump into the circle together and celebrate, high five and everything. Everyone around them is applauding and everything. They get their name out. You know, I'm drawing this up for a reason, because in the book it's like step over, bang. You know, George just gets that half a second to like celebrate before he steps over, and then he goes out as well. So it's a very quick thing. But in the movie, they have stepped over the line. They then put their names into the Goblet of Fire, and from what I think that the animation team were going for, the Goblet of Fire pushes them out. Now I'm not sure how the aging thing happened. Was it a funny trick that Dumbledore put into it? I feel like that's probably the case. The fact that if you go over the line and then get pushed out, then you age rapidly. I don't think it's the potion that has made them age rapidly. Unless Dumbledore's trick was that, you know, a part of this spell, the age line, is that if you have taken an aging potion, it will also make that drastically faster. Although it is just the beard. It doesn't say anything about their skin or their body or anything like that. It's just the beard. And so I feel like what it is that Dumbledore has put this in to basically say, if you take an aging potion and go over it, because presumably people who aren't of age just can't cross it. In fact, in the movie, it kind of looks like a little kid is like half pushing another one to like go into it, you know, maybe. But so the aging potion worked, and so there was also then an addition where if you've taken an aging potion, it will give you a long beard, and that was all in the book. In the book, that was all down to the aging line. In the movie, the Goblet of Fire refuses to accept the names. That's definitely what happens, guys, because they get pushed up by the blue, not by the gold. I'm pretty certain. And so, in the movie, I'm not sure what's happened there. I'm really not sure what's happened. Because then they start fighting as if it was the aging potion's fault. So in the movie, it is purely the aging potion's fault. But one thing makes me think that Dumbledore is involved in it is that when it happens, Dumbledore actually enters and he's laughing his head off along with all the other students and everything. And so I feel like that is what's happened, whereas the movie gets it a little bit twisted. Please tell me what you think happened in that scene, because it does confuse me a little bit. One thing I really like, and it's so Fred and George, is that in the book, after a little while, after like, you know, looking at each other's beards, they actually start laughing as well. That's so Fred and George. Obviously, I love the fact that they're scrapping on the floor and everything. It's very funny. It's a brilliantly funny scene. Apart from the director, who apparently broke his rib. Was it a rib? I can't remember. I think it was when showing him how it's done. God, how embarrassing. God, how embarrassing. That's why you shouldn't do physical stuff when it isn't part of your job, guys. But, it's a brilliantly funny scene. And I'm not taking away from it at all. All I'm saying is, Fred and George finding it hilarious is more their personality. But I love the scene in the movie. What happened in the movie, I'm still not 100% sure, though, so if you could fill me in, because there's no Dumbledore walking into that point, and so, yeah, if you could fill me in on what you think happened in the scene. Dumbledore arrives laughing, says that Fawcett, isn't it? Fawcett and, Fawcett of Ravenclaw and Summers of Hufflepuff, pretty sure that I think we've heard of Summers before, have already tried the aging potion. It's not a very, because even in the movie, Hermione's like saying, Dumbledore wouldn't fall for something so obvious. And, you know, she's right, because two other students have already attempted it, and Pomfrey is already seeing to them. Harry, Hermione, and Ron are all laughing as well, which is so... I don't know, guys. I really like movie Hermione. There's certain things, particularly in Goblet of Fire, where she just... Why doesn't... She doesn't seem to find it funny what's happened to Fred and George. I guess because they want to set up to the thing where Krum has caught her attention and vice versa, which obviously is not something that's happened at least this early in the book. But yeah, it's nice seeing Hermione, Ron, and Harry in the books laughing as a group. She feels very disjointed from Ron and Harry in the movie, doesn't she? In Goblet of Fire, kind of. So far, I would say so. Anyway. Either way, I'm not complaining about the performance or anything, guys. It's just, yeah, it's a shame that, I don't know. Yeah, the fact that Hermione is laughing with Harry and Ron, I think is great here. And in the book, she was the one who says this isn't going to work and everything. But yeah, in the movie, like she's kind of like doing her own thing. I think that's because they want to then tease the Krum and Hermione chemistry. So which explains it away perfectly. So yes, Fred and George are off to the hospital wing with Lee laughing his head off behind them. Hogwarts Halloween decorations only appear on the day itself. That seems quite odd. You'd think at least for the week before it, you'd have the pumpkins and everything. But no, it says that's as of Saturday, which is Halloween, the pumpkins are now here and everything. Dean... Oh, no. Here we go. Strap in, guys. Dean and Seamus are talking about the potential Hogwarts entries. Slytherin's Warrington... who has already put his name in. I think that Seamus actually saw him doing it. Has already put his name in. Seamus says that you know, he remarks that he looks like a sloth. Again, bringing appearance into Slytherin's. We discussed it many times before, guys. Harry played Quidditch against him, so that's interesting that Warrington was actually on the squad. I don't know if he was actually named in Prisoner of Azkaban because I was too busy moaning. But he may have been. Like Harry doesn't want there to be a Slytherin champ. God, I'm so glad there wasn't this. I mean, my year group at school was kind of known for being a year group that never had any sort of like pride or community or being a part of, you know, being like being one. You know, apparently we were very, very disjointed as a school year. That being said, I'm so glad that we didn't have anything like this, because this is just. Because my brother's a teacher, and he says that at his school, and he is the green one as well. He's the head green, and yeah, on certain events he will wear green ties and stuff like that, which apparently they're not meant to. Apparently they're not meant to, but he will sneak in a little bit of green and everything. So he is essentially the Slytherin. He's I don't know. Yeah, my brother is essentially Snape at the school where he's at. There we go. But what I'm saying is that I'm so glad that there wasn't this sort of disdain for people just because. And obviously, you know, Slytherin give it as good as they get as well, but it just seems nasty. It seems wrong. It feels wrong to me, guys. It feels wrong to me. So we have Harry say that he doesn't want there to be a Slytherin champ. I think that's a fairly crummy thing to say. Presumably, if there was one, he would applaud. You would hope. Because we're jumping forward here, guys, but when Cedric is picked, Harry looks delighted for Cedric. Okay, we'll get into my next line, because this is why I did that cough thing at the start. Seamus says about how all of Hufflepuff are talking about Cedric potentially being a champion and everything. And Seamus says, I wouldn't have thought he would want to risk his good looks. It's just, I don't know, guys. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. You know, what is this pure? I think it's in my letter notes, guys. But is this purely because Hufflepuff dared to win a game against Gryffindor, and Cedric actually said, "Oh, actually, no, let's play it again because that was unfair," and yet this Seamus. Angelina Jones has entered her name. Oh no, yeah, she comes in saying that she's done it and everything, and it says how her birthday was last week, and so she's old enough. Hermione's really glad that there's a Gryffindor that has entered. That's fine. I really like that. I appreciate the pride. That's what it is. I appreciate the pride of this. I do not appreciate the hatred, and this is hatred from coming out of Seamus's gob, quite frankly. And Harry's. For some reason, I'm more annoyed with what Seamus is saying. To be honest, though. And yes, so this is the negativity. This is perfect. So Angelina's just come in and saying, "Hey, I put my name in. I hope I win and everything." And Hermione's like saying, "Oh, that'd be amazing if Gryffindor won it. That'd be great. I hope you do win." Seamus missed the positivity. Then says, "Yeah, better than that pretty boy Diggory." What a... My next note is this because they lost, in capital letters, one game last year? And Seamus is even on the team. Or are they always this aggressive? I say they. I'm going to say he. Because we don't hear Harry... Again, we don't hear Harry's opinion of Cedric. We don't hear if he wants Cedric to be champion or not. But Hermione is bigging up Angelina, being so positive, and then Seamus just brings in that freaking negativity, guys. Now, what I was saying about how the movies do some things better, you know what happens when Cedric is picked as the Hogwarts representative? Everyone applauds. I don't know if Slytherin applaud. I'd have to go and have a look at that. Everyone's applauding. Harry looks delighted for Cedric. And who's behind Harry? Clapping and then doing like a loud whistle and everything? Seamus. So I'm going to say it, guys. Movie Seamus is much better than book Seamus. I've gone off book Seamus, guys. He's going to have to work overtime to get me to like him again. Maybe the bridge thing will do that. If that happens. But yeah, I'm not the CEO of the Sheamus fan club right now. Wrestler Sheamus I am. I feel like Sheamus has always had a bit of a bad rap from fans. I don't know why. I think it's because he's friends with Triple H. Oh no, how shocking. Just realised that this can look like Sheamus. Sorry. Ignore me. Ignore me. Right. I'm an idiot. Right. So, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, which I always type as HHR in my notes if you wanted to know. And if you didn't want to know, now you know. They go to visit Hagrid. Hermione is going to ask Hagrid about joining SPEW. She goes up and gets the badges and everything. I'm so glad she's asking Hagrid, guys. I've been saying I wanted to talk with Dumbledore, with McGonagall, but Hagrid as well. I feel like that's a really good one, so we will get into it. I don't fully agree with what Hagrid says, but he makes some great points. So much better than anyone else. He's not just going, "They like it, Hermione." That's my impression of everyone who's spoken about SPEW so far. Sorry guys, I'm a SPEW guy. I'm a SPEW guy. I'm going to put that in my Twitter bio, see if anyone knows what the hell I'm talking about. Beauxbaton enter their names in lines with Maxime there. Makes complete sense, guys, because you'd want the head to make sure they are actually doing it. These are students, guys. If they could forget, they could... there's lots of possibilities. Beauxbaton are sleeping in the carriage. They actually... Rod's like basically following Fleur. Which I always struggle to say her name. I've always struggled to say her name. But, they're basically walking behind Beauxbaton because they're heading towards Hagrid's hat. And the carriage is actually just 200 yards away from the hut, and so they see Beauxbaton basically re-entering the carriage. I hope that Beauxbaton's are actually going to get a chance to have some downtime, because the fact they're going back into the carriage is quite odd. You'd think that Maxime basically say, okay, you're putting your names in, okay, enjoy your Saturday. Unless they have school on Saturdays in France, because they do in Japan, right? I think they do. I think that school weeks are 6 days a week. I say that because of Persona, which is a game series that I talk way too much about on the channel. Where's my kanji keyring? Favourite Persona character, guys. He doesn't usually look like that. That is a cherubby version of him. Very punky. Very delinquenty. He's my favourite Persona character. Followed by Chie and Junpei. None of you care. None of you care. Junpei's awesome, mate. Shut up, Veggie, right, get on with it. Of course, there's a blooming remake of Persona 3 now, isn't there? Jeez. I'm hoping it's good, because Persona 3, it's a dark old game, guys, but my goodness. The soundtrack is fantastic. The Persona games soundtracks are always fantastic, but the Persona 3 soundtrack, I think, is the best of the best. It's so good, so good. Either way, back to this. Delete that so we can move on. Hagrid is in his crazy looking suit again, but he's like got his hair like slicked. Apparently it looks like he's attempted to have a ponytail, but realised that he's got too much hair for it. He doesn't look great, apparently. Hermione, she basically like really excited to talk about SPEW, like, and then sees Hagrid and is just like completely shocked by his appearance. I feel like she wants to say something but avoids it, and then goes and asks about the Screwets. Very, very strategic of her. They're now 3 foot long. Hagrid sounds very pleased with them and says that the only problem is they've started killing each other. I did speculate that maybe their only thing that they eat is each other, which would be horrible. Hagrid says how he still has around 20, and Ron sarcastically says, well, that's lucky. And Hagrid completely misses the sarcasm, which is obviously very Hagrid. Hagrid doesn't... What? Oh, yes, that's right! I've got this in capital letters, guys. Hagrid doesn't give the game away of what is happening in the first task. He's learning, guys. He's learning. I was so proud of him here. I was so proud of the fact that because he's really excited about it, and he clearly wants to tell him it, but he doesn't know, and that is something which has never happened in Hagrid's entire life. And so I was very impressed with that. I was very, very impressed with that. He serves them all some beef casserole in inverted commas because apparently Hermione finds a talent in hers. I got down here butt beak question mark, but that's just a horrible joke, guys. Ignore me. Ignore me. Hagrid flat out refuses to join SPEW, like immediately. There's no discussion about it. And this is we get some more. This is what I've been waiting for, guys, because I can only go on the information that I've been given. And having Ron say, "Well, they like it, Hermione," isn't exactly going to sway me too solidly. And so I'm so glad that Hagrid puts his 2 cents in. It would be doing them an unkindness. Love that line. It is their nature to look after humans. Now that is a line which I really like, guys, because it's their nature to look after humans. That's so interesting, and I believe that. You know, the way that he's worded that is so good that I actually now understand what the other people have been saying when they go, sorry. It said this and said it is their nature to look after humans. That specific wording, guys. It's not work for humans. It's look after humans. That's what they're doing. So good. So that line opened a door in my mind, guys. Now I still don't know if that's 100% true. Obviously, it's not 100% true because Dobby, you know, one of the 2 house elves that we've met, which Hagrid gives his opinion of Dobby in a second, and it made me howl when I got to that part in the book. Really glad Hermione has asked an adult she trusts about it. Yes, specifically that she trusts. Still doesn't mean the work conditions shouldn't be improved. Yeah, anyone who disagrees with SPEW, guys, you can disagree with the payment thing. Cause I think that Hagrid makes a great point out. Where are my notes? Yes, the next note here. So Hagrid says that the house elves would be insulted if you were to try and pay them. Love that line. Love that line. So even if you want to cut the payout, if you want to cut the holidays, I think is something that Hermione has days off and stuff out. Even if you want to cut out the having like a member join the ministry and everything that was on it. Anyone who is solidly against what Hermione is doing, the living conditions and the way that they are treated, I think we can agree should be improved, right? Does anyone disagree? Is it good that? Is it good the way that Lucius treats Dobby? And I'm not being. You know, I'm wording this sincerely, guys. Is it okay for him to do that? Is it okay for Barty to treat Winky in the way that he does, making her do things that she clearly is not comfortable doing? Regarding the heights and everything, is that all fine in your opinion? And I'd love to hear it if it is, guys, because in my opinion, SPEW, I think like a lot of charities and things like this, like, have good aspects to them, but then there's aspects of it which you kind of disagree with, you know, which is fine, guys. But surely what Hermione is saying about the work conditions and the living conditions and the way that they're treated, we can all get behind that, can't we? Or is the way that Winky is treated and Dobby was treated, is that illegal? Is there already safeguards in there for house elves? I'm guessing there isn't. Because it's very possible that Lucius treats Dobby like dirt and like kicking him around and everything, but that is always done behind closed doors. House elf is best when they're not seen. Winky being forced to do something that she's terrified of doing. Does Barty think that she's just not going to say that she's scared or something to people? I'm not sure. Let me know your thoughts on that, guys. Because the living conditions and the way that they're treated is still absolutely something worth improving. And at this point, I've only met Dobby and Winky, so that's all I can go on, guys. Loving hearing Hagrid's opinion here. And Hermione brings up, no, the fact that Dobby is actually after getting paid now, and Hagrid like says, yeah, you get weirdos in every breed. Just the idea of Hagrid calling Dobby a weirdo made me howl when I got to the part of the book, guys. You'll never persuade most of them to do it. To want money is what I'm saying. I don't think that's what Hermione's trying to do. Now, granted, I'm loving reading your opinions, guys, on when it comes to Hermione being a little bit in some people's opinions a lot pretentious and basically using house elves as a cause without actually asking them. Now, we've discussed before that she's not able to ask them easily because they just disappear. So I feel like I can defend Hermione to that point. But you'll never persuade most of them to accept money. I don't think that's what Hermione's trying to do. She's trying to change the system, not the... God. She thinks that house elves have been brainwashed, essentially. She isn't... What she is calling for is not for the unwashing of brains. She's asking for the structure to be changed. And so, yeah, Hagrid's saying you'll never persuade most of them to do it. I don't actually think that's what Hermione's trying to do. She's trying to change the system, not the thought process of elves. Loving this. I'm loving the SPEW stuff, guys. I'm loving reading your opinions on it. I'm loving forming my opinions. And this Hagrid scene was so useful to me. It is in their nature to look after humans. I love it. I love it. The way that was so specifically worded, guys, absolutely opened my eyes up a bit. Do not get hiccups, James. Veggie. But then he called Dobby a weirdo, which made me very happy. This has been a bumper chapter already, guys. We must be over an hour already. Hagrid says he will join them. He will go with them to watch the champion announcements. Puts on some eau de cologne that instantly makes the three start coughing. I think Hermione said, "What is that?" And Hagrid, like he says, "Oh, it's eau de cologne. It's probably a bit much." And, I want to give him a cuddle here, guys. And I've got down here. He's trying. I've got a little smiley face as well. He is trying, guys. You know, it feels like quite similar to. You know, I'm on the spectrum, guys. You know, I was diagnosed just a couple of years ago, and you know, so many times over life where you just think, you're trying to do something right, and you're not trying to hurt anyone. You're just trying to be like everyone else, and obviously Hermione was not trying to humiliate Hagrid. She didn't know what it was that smell was, but Hagrid absolutely felt a bit embarrassed here. I probably shouldn't use the term humiliated, but he does. He sounds sheepish after being asked that question, and so he goes out and washes himself. I love this scene. Guys, this is one of my favourite Hagrid scenes. I'm gonna say I love Hagrid, guys. I do feel like in the past I have been unfairly judgmental on him. Be it Draco with the Griffin. Hippogriff. And other times, you know. But yeah, this made me. This scene kind of broke my heart. Going, he's trying his blooming best, you know. He doesn't know this stuff. It's not in his nature to be doing it. But he's trying to make a good impression of himself. He's trying to make himself better for Maxime. Bless him. God bless him. He goes out and washes the clone off using a barrel of water outside. Immediately, like a 70s sitcom. It's not a vicar. If it's a 70s sitcom, it would be a vicar that would appear. But Maddie Maxine with the Maxine and the Bobarton students just appear out of nowhere. Just as he's doing that, and he looks completely dumbstruck at them. Hagrid starts to talk to Maxime, but they can't hear what he's saying because the three are still inside. And Harry says how he doesn't say sorry, but he notices that Hagrid has the expression that he's only ever seen once on Hagrid, and that was when he saw Norbert, when he was looking at Norbert, and so it's clear that there's a lot of affection going on for Maxime. I don't know if he forgets his correct term here, but he then just goes off with Maxime to Hogwarts with the Beauxbatons, and Hermione says, he's forgotten about us. Which is amazing. Ron says he fancies her. Says, oh god, yeah. Ron says that their babies would break records for weighing a ton, which is kind. So the three arrive at the ceremony, presumably locking up the hut. I'm guessing that there's a key. It's just magic, isn't it? Fred and presumably George. Oh, Fred and presumably George. Oh, want Angelina to be champion. I think it's Fred who says that he really wants Angelina. Again, that's fine, guys. Pride in the house, fine. It's the negativity of other houses. I hate it. It's unhealthy. Another feast. That's my next note. They have another feast. That's insane. They should have just. They shouldn't be having a second feast in a row, guys. That is insane. But yeah. I'm sure that some students didn't mind it. It's a bit much for Harry's palate, though. Karkaroff and Maxime look noticeably nervous about the draw. Presumably they have their students that they want to win. Definitely Karkaroff. We actually don't know about Maxime. I do hope that Fleur got told off a bit for her attitude in the day before, guys. With the laughing thing. Bagman is visibly excited, and Crouch looks bored. Here we go. This is where Crouch seems bored, which is interesting, guys, because it doesn't sound like he should feel bored, per se. Because we know that there's something else going on in the next chapter. Weatherby. Dumbledore says that he predicts that the goblet needs 1 more minute, which is very interesting, because it seems like it's completely... When the goblet is ready to do it, it'll do it, and it probably is going to be a slow process going through all the names. I'll put it down here that it's similar to the sorting hat, where the sorting hat can take a few minutes to work out which house for some students. Well, the goblet's got to work out from all these different names that have been put in. We actually don't know how many people from Hogwarts put their name in. Presumably not many more than 12, because I think it's 12 Beauxbatons and Drumstrags that here, right? And obviously, you know, having a wider net of students does give you an advantage, which Karkaroff brings up, rightly so, in the next chapter. So yeah, the hat pulling out will only happen when the goblet is ready, which I really like. Krum is the first announced. The whole hall applauds because he is the celebrity. Again, guys. In the movie, I think everyone does applaud, but you had that weird scene where he puts his name in, and he may as well be playing Darth Vader here, guys. Seriously, in that scene. But yeah, everyone's happy for him at this point, though. Maybe we're meant to think in the movie scene when he puts his name in, we're meant to think, wow, what Hogwarts student will stand a chance against Krum? But even then, the students do look scared. With this celebrity Quidditch player who's just walked in. I don't know. Fleur is next. Hermione seems delighted that the rest are disappointed. It's like the first thing that she notices is like, no, you're disappointed. And they look over to the other Beauxbatons, and some of them are crying. They're like, I think 2 of them are actually crying the fact that they didn't get picked. Again, so real, guys. It's like everyone just being happy for everyone in the scene in the movie just feels very unrealistic, you know? Like, you know, even when Cedric is picked, sure, have maybe another Hufflepuff or a Ravenclaw or Slytherin in that shot in the background go, oh, just one, you know? In fact, there's a really odd scene. I can't remember what it is. I think it's when Fred and George set the firework dragon off in I always forget her blooming name. Why do I always forget her name? Pink Woman, Harry Potter. Umbridge! I don't know why. I always forget her name. Seriously. In her exam. And, like, you know, the dragon goes flying out and everything. And it's... I mean, maybe this is why it's not so much of a good thing, guys. But like, Harry and, like, all the other students are looking up and all going, oh, wow, it's amazing and everything. But then Harry has, like, a turn and everything. But in that scene, there is one student, like... And that's real, guys. That's real. Not everyone is going to have exactly the same expression on their face, you know? Oh, God. I enjoyed the movie We Will Rock You, guys, but the last scene really annoyed me. Which is like the ultimate scene of the entire thing. Live Aid and everything, guys. And the audience are like... All of them. Everyone in the stadium is like... That's not what audience is like! Sorry. That bit really annoyed me. It's right at the end as well. Anyway, sorry. Big Queen fan. What's your favourite Queen song? What's my favourite Queen song? Show Must Go On. I've always loved Breakthrough. Bohemian Rhapsody, obviously. Did I say We Will Rock You, or did I say Bohemian Rhapsody? I meant the Bohemian Rhapsody, the movie, guys. No idea what it's called, Bohemian Rhapsody. The Queen movie from a few years ago. Anyway, let me know your favourite Queen song. Show Must Go On was probably my favourite. I'm probably forgetting something. Either way. I am still recording, aren't I? Yeah, I always worry that I'm doing all this waffling and I'm not actually recording. So yes, Hermione's delighted at the sight of other students crying. Again, she does not like Bo Barton's, guys. She doesn't seem to care for Drumstrack that much either. But you know, it appears that Bo Bartons aren't particularly happy being there anyway. So good stuff. This is good stuff, guys. Hearing about these different personalities, they're not all just like completely wooden characters, which are it is now time to applaud because someone has been picked. And so, like I say, it could have had someone in the background go, when Cedric gets picked. That would have been more realistic. But I gotta say, guys, in that scene which I was talking about with Umbridge and the dragons and everything, I did immediately think, what's up with her? She's literally like... which is so real, guys. It's so real that there is a different reaction going on. But I don't know who it's meant to be, but I love it. maybe it's a book character. Maybe it is a book character. If you know who it is, guys. Interesting to know. But yeah, it's just one student just looks like she's having the worst, not the worst time, but she just looks bored. She looks like Barty is in this scene basically when that's happening. And it's such an interesting choice. But I remember thinking that's awesome because that's real life, guys. It's real life. Anyway, Cedric is announced. Sorry. Ron shouts no like that. Jeez. Did they not talk at all on their way to the campsite and everything? Obviously not. All because Hufflepuff dared to win a game which Cedric said was not fair. They're kids, James. Come on. Veggie. Anyway, we're still on chapter 1, guys. Right, moving on. In my opinion, Hufflepuff are happy for Cedric, not happy that it is just one of their own. Beautifully put, Veggie. Well done, Veggie from the past. Yeah, Hufflepuff. I think that if Harry was picked, if Harry was allowed to be picked and he was there, do you think well, I guess the equivalent would be it wouldn't be Cedric, it'd be someone else. Let's say oh my brain's gone blank. But another Hufflepuff went no when Harry got picked. No chance. No chance. I'm so terrible. I am terrible, guys. when the applause lowers, because it is the Hufflepuff table that is making the most noise when Cedric is picked, obviously. Dumbledore then continues his speech saying, "Oh no, the tournament is officially on and everything," and he gets interrupted by another name coming out, and it's Blum and Harry, guys. Note that you're meant to put the school on the piece of paper as well. That's actually important, which is not in the case in the movie. So yeah, Dumbledore. He looks surprised. I don't think he doesn't smile, but he seems surprised in the book. I do down here. Why is Dumbledore angry in the movie? Now I've got to this point in the book. I don't understand the anger. Is it he's angry that Harry outsmarted him? Is that what he's thinking? Is he angry because he thinks it might be someone setting Harry up? I don't understand why he's angry. Because if it's that Harry's outsmarted him, it seems out of character for Dumbledore to be angry at someone for outsmarting him. Especially as he's someone who never follows the rules. He'd probably be quite impressed that Harry was able to do it. So yeah, Dumbledore, and we'll get into it, guys, in the next chapter. Dumbledore being angry at this point in the movie is so strange. Up to this point, it has made complete sense. Having read the book version now, I don't think it makes sense. If you can make sense of it, guys, please let me know in the comments. But either way, that is a big chapter done. Oh, I thought I deleted my other notes then. My chapter 17 notes are shorter, but we've still got a lot to talk about it there. But that was a big old chapter, guys. So let's get into chapter 17, the 4 champions, the Tri-Wizards. So it's going to have to be what's 4? Quarter Wizard Tri-Cup. The entire hall is absolutely stunned at Harry's name coming out of the Goblet of Fire, including Harry himself. Dumbledore calmly asks Harry to head to the other champions. Harry enters the room with the other 3 and is followed by all the judges. And someone who makes sense, and someone who doesn't really make sense to me. Right? We will discuss it. Accusations and theories start ramping up after Dumbledore calmly asks Harry if he put his name in the Goblet of Fire, which Harry denies. I'm just going to pause just a second, Max, if you don't mind. I love the fact that when I watch Goblet of Fire, that so many of you told me about that moment in the book. It's absolutely amazing. Let's move on. Finally, everyone leaves, and Harry worried that no one will believe him, but he didn't do it as he heads to the common room. He was right, but instead of sneers and jeers, it's candy and butterbeers. Very nicely done there, Max. As a celebration is had. And something else which surprised me, and you guys on Twitter knows what it was. One who is not so happy is Ron, and both he and Harry feel betrayed by the other. I love the way you put that as well. Thank you so much, Max, for the wonderful summaries. They always really help me out, and of course, thank you so much, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels. Who messaged me saying perfect. Right. So notes, guys. Like I say, not as many, but it's. Sometimes, I'm not going to say it happens all the time, guys, but sometimes when I watch the movie scenes back after covering the book notes, just so I can refresh my brain of what actually happens in the movie, which I didn't do at first, guys, and I kept on messing up. Sometimes, not all the time, there's just a scene where you just go, when watching the movie version. This is one of them, guys, and I know we're going to have a good laugh about the calm lead thing and everything, but Karkaroff and Maxime are they get fleshed out so well in this scene in the book, and they barely say a blah, 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 blah. They barely say a word in the movie. Maxime looks worried for Harry. Oh, sorry, guys. Right. Oh, Miss Jones. Sorry. Rising Damp, guys. Rising Damp is a good sitcom, guys. I mentioned that the Madame Maxime, the actor. She's best known by far in the UK for being a character on a sitcom called Rising Damp. Leonard Rossiter playing Rigsby, who's the main character on it. He's like he owns a house which he rents out the rooms to, and one of his tenants is Miss Jones. And whenever he says Miss Jones, it's always Miss Jones. It's like, it's really, it's great. I love Rising Down, guys. Dated, it is dated, guys. Rigsby is a racist and very bigoted in a lot of ways, but the Jokers were meant to be laughing at him. I do often feel sorry for him as well. I feel sorry for him having those thoughts, quite frankly. But yeah, it's one of these sitcoms where race is brought into it fairly regularly, and usually Rigsby, who is the main character, is the idiot on it. You know, is the bigoted one, I should say. Have you seen Space 2001? I always think that's not what it's called, but Space Odyssey 2001. Space Odyssey. There's one scene where there's like a Russian guy trying to get some information out of one of the main characters on it. Just one scene. That's Leonard Roster. What the hell is he doing in space? I need to look at the name of this movie because I feel like I get it wrong every time. Space 2001 movie. 1968, yes. 2001, A Space Odyssey. There we go. I always get A Space 2001. 2001, A Space Odyssey. Leonard Roster is in it for one scene. And it's really strange him being in it. But, you know, like I say, this is where the actor, Miss Jones, who plays Madame Maxime, is by far best known for. It was an absolute treat seeing her showing up on Harry Potter. But yeah. I'm not having to go at her, obviously. I think she's a brilliant actor. But at the end of the scene where they're all like looking at Harry, Maxine is like, oh. Maxine should be annoyed. I was going to say something else then. But she should be furious, which she blooming is in the book, guys. Karkaroff, with his massive grin, which Karkaroff sounds so much cooler in the book. Hey, Dumbledore! I didn't know we could have you! Just constantly massive grin with his cold, ever freezing eyes. I don't know what I mean. Getting colder eyes over there. It's so still. Yeah. But yeah, he's always wearing this fake grin, guys. He should be in Has-Been Hotel. He's just like this massive grin all the time, no matter what he's feeling. But either way, we'll get to it. So, the whole hall is looking at Harry. McGonagall. We haven't even started my notes yet. We're 5 minutes in. Right. The whole hall is staring at Harry. McGonagall whispers something to Dumbledore. Very interesting. Dumbledore still very politely calls Harry to the next room. Yeah, he basically calls him in the same way he did with Krum and the rest. Basically, Harry Potter? Harry? There you are. Okay, through the next room. He's not smiling, but he certainly isn't angry in the slightest. In fact, it's almost as if he's trying to play it cool. No one looks particularly angry at all, just staring. But yeah, again, Dumbledore isn't smiling. Hagrid, doesn't wave or wink at him, but why would he at this point, quite frankly? But he is just staring at Harry as well. Again, it doesn't suggest anger at all. Whereas in the movie, you have people shouting at, not just Dumbledore, but, people in the, not the audience, the other students shouting at him. So yeah, when Harry enters the room with the others, Fleur says, "Oh, what is it? Do they want us back in the room?" I'm not going to do the accent. What is it? Do they want us back in the room? She thinks that Harry's been basically sent to get them. It's amazing. Harry notices how tall they all are. I don't know if that's physically or because obviously they are older as well. But I feel like that line is meant to be there to say how he is quite intimidated by these four champions who rightfully were able to be chosen. Bagman arrives. He just keeps on saying it's amazing. He just keeps on saying over and over again he's amazing. He seems amazed, but not in the slightest bit angry. And quite frankly, by the end of this chapter, he's blooming thrilled. He absolutely loves the fact that Harry's been chosen. Krum and Fleur both seem slightly annoyed, annoyed and suspicious at Harry, and at Hogwarts, quite frankly. Cedric not at all. He's just completely baffled. What a nice guy. The fact is, the fact it is a written thing is insane. Yeah, the fact that you're meant to write down your name and your school is such a bad system, guys. Especially if there's going to be binding magic in there. Quite frankly, the cup chose it, and obviously we don't know the complete logic behind the goblet, do we? Or do we? I don't think we do. But if it's purely what the goblet has worked out, then the Ministry could put in Sirius Black Hogwarts, and if Sirius doesn't want to presumably die, he's got to turn up at Hogwarts and take part in these things, and then they can nick him. Not trying to do your job for you, Ministry, but I would have thought of that ages ago. Voldemort, they could get to show up. Obviously, it would be reliant on the cup actually choosing him, but we don't know the full logic behind the cup, though. So, and again, in the movie, it's when Fred and George put the names into the goblet when they get pushed out. In the movie, it isn't. And so, it wouldn't have just pushed out Sirius's name. Or whoever's putting it in. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxime, McGonagall, and Snape, in inverted commas, why, arrive. He's in the movie as well, guys. I don't know why Snape's there. Unless he's just like, oh, that's a chance to have a go at Harry Potter again. Because there's no logical reason. I thought I was misremembering something. I thought it was going to be like maybe Dumbledore said, Snape, check this out. Do some charm on it to see it. It's because Snape is very capable. It's very possible that Snape was there to assist Dumbledore in trying to work out on a magic level what is actually going on. No, he's just there. I don't know why he's in there. And Dumbledore could have just said, Snape, could you go out, please? Because McGonagall's Harry's head. It makes sense that she's here. Everyone else, it makes sense that they're here. But why is Snape coming in? I don't know, guys. I actually cannot think of a logical reason why Snape would be there. We need a potions teacher to... It makes no sense. It makes no sense that Snape thought, oh, you know what? Right, big moment, I better follow him. Why? Unless Snape is sus onto what's going on. Because in the movie, it sounds like he kind of is. But all he says here is, oh yeah, Harry's a troublemaker. And that's all he says in the scene, really. And so it's so odd that he's here. Anyway, I'm not having to go at him in the stage, guys. I just don't know why he's there. It'd be like if Pomfrey came in and just like, well, just in case if anyone starts punching at each other, I can manage. It's like you wouldn't have Pomfrey in the scene. So why is Snape here? Anyway, moving on. Fleur refers to Harry as a little boy. Harry gets tetchy over that. Maxime seems annoyed. Karkaroff appears to be smiling, but his eyes are like chips of ice. Karkaroff. Oh, I'm going to look up some fan art of Karkaroff. Karkaroff. Book. Karkaroff book. A lot of them draw him like he is in the movie, weirdly. Not one person has given him his grin. How odd. Either way. But yeah, I love his description in the book, I got to admit. And the fact that he's smiling through this insult, which it basically is to him and Maxime, is very interesting. Well, presumably. Maxime and Karkaroff both say how unfair it is to have two Hogwarts champions, including one younger than the rules which limited their selections. Again, it's so true. It's like, you can't have, even if what Hermione said was true, if like only 17-year-olds would stand a chance of winning, it's still unfair to limit one or two schools to a certain age group. And Karkaroff brings up and says, then I could have had more people, from my school enter the names, and it would have been a wider net. Okay. So I feel for Maxime and Karkaroff completely here. I really do. In the movie, not so much, because it's so rushed. It's so rushed. Snape says to Karkaroff that only Harry is to blame. It does kind of feel like he's defending Dumbledore here, and we've had it before where Snape does feel quite defensive, wants to defend Dumbledore, I should say. Don't go blaming Dumbledore for Potter's determination to break rules. So Snape. But again, that, you know, don't go blaming Dumbledore. I'm liking it. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Dumbledore said calmly. Let's all have a moment, guys. Let's all have a moment. We have officially passed that moment in the books, guys. We have officially passed possibly the most iconic part of the books. Seriously, what else is more iconic? You know, that's different in the book. I feel like it is kind of. I have been sent the little clip of Dumbledore going absolutely nuts at Harry, and obviously like having like loads of like crazy effects going on from him, and then he's saying Crucio. It's like, that's amazing. And then someone else sent me like, I think it was Lego. Yeah, it's like Lego, like basically like Dumbledore like beating up Harry during it, and then doing like an elbow drop at the end of it. Amazing. Maxime suggests the age line was at fault. Dumbledore says it is possible, which is very interesting. Dumbledore says, yeah, maybe it is my fault. He's holding all the cards at this point. He's trying to hold all the cards, obviously, because someone or something has done something without his knowledge, presumably. McGonagall says that Dumbledore knows that he didn't have the spell that he put down was not going to be able to be broken, and so she's absolutely defending Dumbledore as well, even to the point where that Dumbledore is actually trying to agree with Maxime. McGonagall like saying, no, that's a load of rubbish. McGonagall absolutely goes to bat for Harry, which is very, very surprising and awesome. I want to know what it was that McGonagall whispered to Dumbledore. It must have been, listen, I so nearly swore then. I very nearly casually swore then, guys, but yeah, this is BS. That's what I was going to say to Dumbledore. But yeah, she straight away is like, no, Harry did not do this. I really like it. No one has pointed out that someone else could have done it against Harry's wishes. Yeah, it takes everyone a while to get to that suggestion. It really does. In fact, I think it's actually Moody who brings it up, and he's not here for like a long argument that goes on. I can understand the scene not being as long as in the book, guys, in the movie, but it was so short. Karkaroff and Maxime, this should have been their scene to get their personalities over, and Fleur as well, who's blooming furious at this point. It could be a prank, teenagers will do these things, guys, which is why using the Goblet of Fire for it is insane. For students, it's just insane. Yep, could have put Sirius's name in the Goblet of Fire. I'm joking, I'm sure that would work, guys, but it's just a funny comment, I think. Karkaroff insists on resubmitting the names of Drumstrag again until they all have the same amount of names out. I think it's Dumbledore or someone said, no, I think it might be a Bagman who says, well, the flames have gone out and they won't be reignited until the next tournament is up, and so there's literally no way of doing that. I guess they could just then pick whoever they want then. That's very true, because it's not limited to who. If the Goblet of Fire says these are our champions, and we say, okay, in that case, Maxime, choose another, Karkaroff, choose Polycarp, or his name was, and then it's equal. Would the 4 champions die? I presume not. And so it would absolutely be fair to just say, okay, something's gone wrong here. We're going to have this tournament, which we're absolutely binded to have, to make it fairer. Maxime and Karkaroff, you choose one of your lot, or do it by random draw or something like that. What's wrong with that? See, I care more about the blooming Triwizard Tournament than I do about Harry's safety at this point. That's my problem, isn't it? But I fully understand Maxime and Karkaroff's frustration here, and it's so it was so good. It made me learn so much about their personalities. Excuse me. Yeah, I loved this scene, guys. I got to admit. I don't see any logical reason why they could just make it a 6-way tournament. Either way, the fire's gone out. Doesn't matter. They could just choose it randomly. Karkaroff says Drumstrang will not take part in any future tournaments, and I'm kind of with him. This is BS from his standpoint and Maxime's standpoint. I completely understand how angry that they are with this, because this is a big deal for them. You know, it's the representation of their school on an international scale. Moody points out that they have to compete due to the binding magic. Says it is very convenient, possibly accusing Karkaroff of potentially putting the name in. As in the movie, we do have that little scene where Karkaroff is going into the chamber. So we, at that point, at least in the movie, I absolutely meant to think that it was him. But again, Moody, why not make it equal? Why not? Why is there any reason why they can't just add 2 more students to it? I don't see any reason why not. I really don't, guys. I really don't. If you could explain it, guys, I'd love to read it. But I personally don't see a reason why they can't just make it equal. And again, I'm caring more about the tournament than I am about our protagonist, which is insane. Moody brings up that someone could have set Harry up, finally. Karkaroff will complain to the Ministry and the International Confederation of Wizards. Love to hear that. I mean, he's taking it to the top, guys. Fleur, at this point, is furious. Or furious. Sorry. Says competing is something that many would die for, and Moody, with his James Bond line here, says maybe someone is hoping for Harry to die. I mean, that was a good line, but it was, yeah. Fleur, and I'm completely understanding, guys. Finally, Fleur has a personality. Like, literally, she doesn't have a personality in the movie, does she? Am I being unfair? Am I forgetting about a really good Fleur scene where we understand her as a human being? Pretty sure we're not. You know, sure, her sister gets saved by Ron in the book, or you know, and Harry and the rest. In the movie, I should say, but that's not a personality scene. That is her reacting to something, you know. Whereas this is her actually properly reacting to something where she is not happy with. I think it's great. I think it's so good. Fleur is a character in the books, guys. Not so much in the movie. That is my estimation of it. That being said, I need to rewatch the rest of the movie before I can say that fully. We all know Moody considers. Oh yeah, the Karkaroff says about Moody with his, like, you know, with speculation what's going on. We all know Moody considers a morning wasted if he hasn't discovered 6 plots to murder him by lunchtime. Amazing. I am loving this stuff between Moody and Karkaroff. Again, it's making Karkaroff a character, because Karkaroff really doesn't have that much of a personality, guys, in the movie. Like I say, we have a little moment when he's sneaking around. We have a deleted scene where he confronts a Snape. But other than that, I'm loving this scene in the book. I don't remember so much friction between the two in the movie. No, absolutely not. There is a bit. There is a bit where they kind of get in their faces, but they're not saying you. They're not hinting that the other one is absolutely behind it and a piece of dirt and hates them, and you're gonna have a wee in their shoes and so, I don't know why I said that. Yeah, they clearly have a lot of history and they really don't like each other. I love it. It's so good. Moody says someone would have had to use a very powerful confunder spell in order to trick the goblet into producing 4 names, which is a great point. The fact, the problem here is that it chose a 4th name. That's the problem, and it's very inconsistent with what the goblet would do. He does speculate that someone would have put Harry's name down and then put another school on it, so that category hadn't been filled in. I got down here Dumbledore, because I'd love to. I want Dumbledore to confirm if that was the case, because presumably it said Harry Potter, the American school, can't remember. I can't remember what it's called. Another school. Yeah, it would have been nice to know, because in the movie, straight away Dumbledore takes his memory out and puts it in the pool to have a look at the memory again of him looking at the piece of paper, and just as Harry Potter. Moody does say the thing about Confundus in the movie, but it is so brief, because he comes in with the rest, whereas in the movie he's like, you know, he's doing his cool guy, waiting to interject, you know, at the right point, whereas he's just a part of the busload of people running at Harry. And it's beautifully shot. That scene is beautifully shot, guys. I will give the movie props for that. There's no Violet the Witch, though, in the movie, which we'll talk about. But yeah, in the movie that line is there, but it's so fast I could barely understand what was happening. To be honest, the way that Moody said it's so fast. Carcroft says that Moody believes that someone had gifted him a passing escape for his birthday, and so Moody smashed it, and it turned out to be a carriage clock. I love this, guys. I love this Carcroft and Moody stuff. I hope we get more of it, quite frankly, because they clearly absolutely, you know, if Harry and Snape think that they don't like each other, they should take a book out of Moody and Carcroft, right? Seriously, it's absolutely amazing. I'm surprised that Harry hasn't said that he will forfeit. Yeah, because we've heard, oh, the Goblet has said so, and so it must be. What? Harry must... That must seem insane to Harry. And so, Harry, I'm surprised he hasn't just said, I just won't... I'll forfeit. I just won't do the tasks and everything. And Von sort of says, no, Harry, you have to because of this. Because what happens if you don't do it is never explained. Like I say, I'm pretty sure that we have not had a binding magic up to this point, guys. If we have, I apologise. You know what I'm like in these book reviews. But it needs explaining again. It needs explaining to say that Harry has to do it or he will die. Because if that's the case, then it needs to be said again, guys. Or said if it hasn't been said before. Because I think that if I was a book reader, would just think, well, what, is he going to get arrested? Is the planet going to crack in half if he doesn't? I need to hear why he has to again. I really do. I really do. If it is die, then all three of these schools and the ministry are complete and total morons for using the goblet. Yes. Yeah. They can do the Triwizard Tournament without the Goblet of Fire. I'm sure they can, guys, right? It's absolutely not like... I'm sure they can. What happens if they can't? I'm sorry for getting that wrong, but in my head canon, they absolutely can. What happens to the goblet after this book? Is it dumped? Yeah, exactly. Because surely at this point, they're not going to think, well, let's use the goblet again next time, hope it doesn't happen again. Because they know that it can be... Because presumably... I guess the crux of it is that I guess like the media around it and the rest of the students there will forever just assume that Harry did put his name in, I guess. But yeah, if they ever use the goblet again, they are mad. Mad-Eye Moody. Bagman is having the time of his life during all this. He really is. He's like, I think he's basically, you know, pretty much bouncing with excitement about the fact that this is happening. And he just keeps on saying it's amazing. I can't see why they didn't... Oh, I see. I can see why they didn't want him in this scene in the movie, sure. So this, I guess, is a pretty important Bagman scene. But imagine the movie scene where everyone's, like, staring at him. And apart from one guy who's, like, at the back. That'd be amazing. Bagman, like, at the back of the group. That'd be amazing. Because he's loving it. What is Snape doing here? I'm going again. Dumbledore surely knew he wouldn't help the situation. I don't even know if I agree with that sentence that I wrote, and has no actual logical reason to be there. I agree with that part of my comments. I don't understand why Snape is there, guys. I'm looking forward to the book club to see if anyone else brings that up, because I don't understand why he's there. Crouch. The first task will... Oh, yes. So now we go on to what the task's going to be. Oh, my goodness. This chapter is looking like a normal length chapter, which is good, because that first one was over an hour and a half, guys. So now we get on to Crouch's explanation. And it's basically what Crouch is there to do, basically. So Crouch says, the first task will test your daring. And so they're not going to be told what it's going to be. It will be taking place on the 24th of November, though. In front of other students as well. And so that is why I'm pretty certain that... And it's daring as well. So I'm pretty certain it isn't the egg one. I'm very interested to see what order this is all going to happen, guys, because that means that Harry's not going to tell Cedric about the dragon thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, it doesn't sound like the egg task that was the first in the movie, right? I think it was. I could be wrong. I think it was. I can see them wanting the dragon one to be later on for action reasons. Absolutely. It seems like a weird... the egg one would be quite a come down for a movie, you know, which is all about, you know, adventure and everything, to have the dragon one first and then the egg one second. But we shall see, though. Champions are exempt from end-of-term tests. It just seems insane to me. Sure, I know that they're going to be really busy and they're not going to be having all the learning that they're going to be having, but that is going to affect their future prospects. But then again, is it going to... But if you said you took place in the Triwizard Tournament on your CV, that's going to be... Resume, I should say. That's going to be pretty good as well, though. Yeah. It still doesn't seem right to me. Crouch won't stay at Hogwarts tonight. Yes, so Crouch is basically getting out of Dodge. He says, you know, he's more than welcome to stay, but he says that the Ministry is very busy. He needs to get back to it, which is why I'm saying bored. If Crouch seemed like he didn't want to be there, that makes sense. But say that he was bored earlier on, I feel like slightly off. He says that Weatherby has been left in charge. I mean, a couple in charge of the Ministry, guys. Oh, hang on, no, because what am I talking about? I'm an idiot. It's Fudge is the head of... I got completely confused when I wrote this note. I think that I completely forgot about Fudge. I think that in my head that Crouch was the head of the Ministry, but of course he isn't. So his department is being run by Weatherby at the moment. Which again is a lot, considering like a couple of months ago, maybe not a couple, but a few months ago, Weatherby, poor Weatherby, was at school. The other heads leave with their students, Fleur and Maxime talking like in French rapidly to each other. Krum and Karkaroff walk out in silence together. Dumbledore says to Cedric and Harry that their house will want to celebrate. I got down here, probably a bit off for Harry. I didn't think that celebration would happen. Because it does in the book, it doesn't happen. In the movie, it doesn't happen, does it? So my note down here, when I was going through these pages, I said, you're probably a bit off there, Dumbledore. When Cedric and Harry are alone, heading back to their respective dorms, said, like, with a smile, asks Harry, so how did he do it? So he's like, Cedric is a good egg, guys, and he's impressed. He's impressed that he did, because the entire scene before, Cedric is like, what is going on? I don't understand any of this. Harry says that he didn't put his name in, and he doesn't believe that Cedric believes him. Because Cedric says, oh, okay, but he gets the impression that Cedric doesn't actually believe him. This bit is so... I really like this bit, guys. So Cedric and Harry go their separate ways, and Harry, whilst watching Cedric go up to the Hufflepuff dorm rooms. House room, what's it called? I always forget what it's called. Harry had fantasized about being a part of the Triwizard Tournament, but but he always knew that it was just a joke, an idea of an idle sort of dream. I love that. I love that line. That was so good. Because he was really, imagine being but now he's part of it. It's like, fantasy is fantasy, guys. Very often, fantasy isn't something they actually want to happen. I guess it's like say you want to save someone from like a burning building or anything, but when that fire is on, you don't want that building to be burning. So Harry wanted to be the Triwizard Champion. He didn't want to have to do the work. He didn't want all the bad stuff as well. So I really like that line. That's such a human line. The fact that he had that he's had these fantasies, but it's not a fantasy that he actually wanted to happen. Whereas in the movie, he just doesn't want to be part of it at all. It's just interesting. It's a throwaway line where he just says, "Yeah, you then me to on." He completely believes that someone else had entered his name. He doesn't think there is a small chance it's a glitch. Now, even when I was writing that down, I thought, no, that's rubbish. So I've actually got no. It had his name on it. Yeah, there's no way that the goblet made this glitch happen because the piece of paper exists. Harry does speculate it would have been a practical joke, and I think that's what I would have assumed at this point. It's obviously quite difficult to put yourself in Harry's shoes because there are people that want him to die, but I feel like if I was in his shoes, I would have thought, oh, who did this? Very funny, guys. So yeah, when Harry joined the other champions, there was a witch in a painting going around like whispering stuff like a walrus moustached person or something. Ghost in the paintings, and that ghost was now in the painting with the fat lady. And we find out that her name is Violet. I swear that we've heard of Violet before, guys. I swear we've heard of Violet before. If it's in the books, I'm not sure. If it's in Hogwarts Legacy, maybe. I presume that Violet's in it. When we get back to Hogwarts Legacy, we'll have to have a look for her. Because we found Doggin, didn't we? But yeah, I swear I've heard of Violet. I feel like maybe Violet was one of the ones who was calming the fat lady down after what happened in Azkaban, maybe? I'm not sure. She's looking smug at Harry. I presume that she's a Gryffindor. Violet, this is. So when the fat lady says, so you're the champion of Hogwarts then, and Harry says Boulder Dash, which is the password. I should have seen this coming when the password was Boulder Dash. And says Boulder Dash, and Violet says, it's true, he is! Amazing. It's essentially the joke which I was saying earlier on with Ron should have said, I was only asking when Hermione named the Bullymass. It is exactly the same joke, in fact, so that's probably why they did the sneeze one. Gryffindor are happy for him. Like people are basically waiting for him. Like the entire, almost the entire room was waiting for him. I'm not sure where Hermione is at this point. I have down here, I don't remember that happening in the movie, and it doesn't. It just cuts to Ron and Harry having an argument with Seamus. Movie Seamus, it's okay. And Neville in the room as well. Fred and George ask him how he did it without getting a beard, which is amazing. Angelina is so happy for Harry as well. I think that she does say, I'm glad it's a Gryffindor. It is, that's fine. That pride thing is fine. It's when it's negative against other people, I have an issue. Katie Killjoy, more like. I was going to say, has been a hotel character. Katie says that it's getting payback on Cedric. At least she's a Quidditch player, so I can understand it a little bit. But it's so bitter. These people are bitter, right? Considering that Gryffindor still ended up winning the cup. They did, didn't they? Yes, because they annihilated everyone else. Yes, of course they did. Imagine that, guys. Like a football team or yeah, like, okay, I think football is probably the best equation. Like, a football team who absolutely aces a season, but loses one game against a club which isn't expected to do very well, so it's a surprising win. And then go on to win the trophy at the end of the league, at the end of the tournament, of the league, sorry. And then the next year, be really, really bitter about that blooming one team that beat them. Oh, it annoys me, guys. Anyway, moving on. I'm not getting back into that. But their attitudes, guys, I'm sure Kate's on the team. Getting payback on Cedric? What? The guy who wanted the match to be run again? Getting payback on him? I said this side of me was gone, guys, but it does. There's little things that pull out of me, but it's not going to be like a 20-minute rant, though. We're going to move on. People are essentially force-feeding Harry snacks and everything. They're like giving him everything, like peanuts and crisps. And I've got in capital letters here, there are crisps at Hogwarts? That blew my mind, guys. I thought that it was all going to be like, you know, like whenever we hear about the sweets and everything, it's always like a toffee apple and a chocolate frog and everything that feels very, very 50s. You know, you go into your sweet shop, you get the big jar down and we'll pour them out. Crisps! That's my generation! Sure, there are been crisps for a long time, but crisps are so unclassy a food, guys. They really are. They're like the lowest class of food out there. I didn't expect there to be crisps at Hogwarts, guys. Maybe it's something a little bit more classy, like Pringles or something. Classy Pringles. I like Pringles, guys. I don't get the big deal with them. And also, a lot of their flavours used to be vegan, but they're not anymore. What's that all about? Anyway. So yeah, I've got in capital letters here, there are crisps at Hogwarts. I didn't expect it, you know, because everything, like, I know there's sweet shops and everything, and, you know, no doubt other types of food places around in Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, you know, and everything. But everything always feels so oldie-worldy, you know? Getting the wizard card in your chocolate frog and all that. It feels like something from a different time. Crisps. I don't know why it surprises me so much. Are the house elves making crisps at the bottom? Or Walker's got a deal going on at Hogwarts, or Lay's, as you Americans may know that company. Either way, so yeah, that blew my mind. Harry is getting swamped and is eventually able to get out of the crowd. He's like he's like had like a Gryffindor banner put around his shoulders and everything, and he walks into the room where Ron is in there alone, still fully dressed and everything. He like takes the rope, the banner off when he realizes. And Ron congratulates him with a grimace. And so, I don't know if it's specifically meant to be sarcastic or he just isn't able to show to hide his frustration. In the movie, I think they make a mistake where after Hermione basically shoves Harry. It's really odd. She basically, Harry, get up! I think she actually says, for God's sake, go! to Harry to get up to walk towards the scariest Dumbledore of all time. Yeah, that's odd. It's odd that Harry, get it! You should be able to pick him up and throw him. But then it shows like this really evil close-up of Ron going. It means he's immediately processed everything that's happened. Like, faster than anyone. You know? Sure, Dumbledore's angry in the movie and everything, but he is also questioning, okay, there may be more to it. Whereas Ron has processed everything faster than anyone in the galaxy. And comes to the wrong conclusion, of course. But yeah, I feel like the movie could have done without that and then had this scene where Ron is trying to be friendly. Because in the movie, he just isn't trying to be friendly at all. He really isn't, guys. He's just like, in fact, he says, how do you do it then? And Harry says, do what? And Ron says, oh, it doesn't matter. Like, straight away, he is furious at Harry, whereas you get the impression where here Ron is kind of hoping that there is going to be an amicable, whatever the term is, solution and discussion. In the movie, he says about how he's Harry Potter's psychic, which now I realise isn't a book line, or at least at this point, it does seem kind of strange, because he is in the movies. Ron says that if Ron like speculates, oh, did he use the cloak? Because if he did use the cloak, then he could have snuck me in there as well. And so it seems like it is resentment that he wasn't a part of the plan and also able to put his name in, presumably. It's obviously, actually, that's the money aspect of it, isn't it? With the Weasleys, with the way that Ron sees his family and everything. That's probably why he really wanted to be a part of it. I don't think that ever gets brought up. I'm guessing it's going to get brought up in the book, maybe. Ron asks why anyone would have added his name. Harry thinks it would be too. Oh yeah. So Ron like says, why would anyone? So why would someone else put your name in then? And Harry actually, he thinks about it and doesn't say to kill me because it would be too dramatic. Which, to be fair, I can understand. Oh man, I can't remember what it was in reaction to, but I think it's what Harry's response to that line is, and it says Ron's eyebrows rose so high that they were in danger of disappearing into his hair. What an image, guys! What an image! I loved that line. These chapters had some funny moments in it, I must admit, considering how serious they are. Ron suggests Harry is doing it for the galleons and to get out of doing tests. He kind of half suggests it. It's like, oh, you'd be getting those galleons and I have to do the tests and everything. He's not so much accusing Harry of that being the reason, but he is hinting that is why Harry would do it. Ron brings up that Harry said he would put his name in at night so no one would see him. Yeah, that was a really nice little callback to a completely innocent line from Harry, but which now makes Harry seem very, very guilty. That was nice. Harry's getting frustrated with Ron. He's actually getting angry with the way that Ron's talking to him. Ron angry like says, "You better get to sleep. You'll probably have like a photo call in the morning or something like that." I don't know what a photo call is, but I guess it's the press, isn't it? Which we know is on its way. Kind of looking forward to it. Apparently it's. Yeah, we shall see. I've heard that Rita Skeeter is different in the books, guys. And my final note is, I don't like Harry and Ron arguing. I really don't, guys. It makes me anxious. It really does. It actually does. It was the same with poor Hermione in book 3, guys. She had it worse than anyone, guys. She really did. Poor little mouse. Whatever, remember that. But yeah, I felt so bad. I hated it when Ron and Hermione were arguing, and now I realise, oh god, we're doing it again with Harry and Ron now. It's gonna be very interesting to see how far the protagonists' thought patterns will be coming out. Would it be like Harry looked at Ron, the piece of it'd be interesting to see how much from Harry's perspective against Ron we are actually going to be hearing. Because if it's just Ron giving it and Harry not thinking about it, then that's not really what Harry's like. Because, like I say, we've said it countless times in these book reviews, guys. Draco lives rent-free in Harry's mind. He really does. And so that should also be the case for Ron here. And so despite the fact that I'm going to hate every second of it, Harry should... It's going to be interesting to hear Harry's thought patterns in these coming chapters, guys. It really, really is. Those are my notes. Managed to keep this one respectably long, because that first one was long. I really need to keep these under 6 hours, guys. I really do, because that's when YouTube has issues. It really is. So now we will get over to the book club and your thoughts. I think I just had a one-man Mandela effect, guys, because I was going to come back and say that I forgot about the most famous example of someone in media with a toothbrush moustache, being Basil Fawlty from Fawlty Towers, but I just looked up. He doesn't have one, guys. God knows why I think he does. Probably because on Monty Python he probably did quite a few things with a toothbrush moustache. You're right. So sorry about the talk about toothbrush moustaches, guys. I do worry that the first chapter in this review was over an hour and I think over an hour and a half. I do worry that half of that was me talking about toothbrush moustaches. Another quarter of it was me apologising about talking about toothbrush moustaches, and then a little bit of Harry Potter in there as well. I'm just going to close my book line so I don't look quite so much like a ghost. Lovely. And let's get into it, guys. Okay, some beeping at home because it's the book club. It's the book club alarm, guys. This is what I was talking about earlier on, where you can get your comments read out in the video, guys. It's always so much fun. There's always a bunch of comments to get through, so let's get to it. And we're starting off with Arias. He said it. He said the line calmly. There it is. It's funny how the French students are acting a bit snobbish, while Drumstrag students seem to be very appreciative of the comfort of Hogwarts. That's actually a fair point, Alice. I reckon yeah, that's true. It's true, and it really isn't something which I brought up in my review, in my notes at all. Is it the fact that that the French students maybe are being a bit snobbish? Fleur definitely is. It's so interesting that it sounds like Fleur is such a different character than she is in the movie, because she isn't a character in the movie, in my opinion. Still like the movie though. It gives us an idea of how different these other schools are. Beauxbatons is probably very fancy, and maybe in the south of France with warm weather. That's actually a very good point. And the south of France is gorgeous, guys. Been to Albertville and... Is it Aachen or is that Germany? I think Aachen's Germany, isn't it? It's somewhere near Albertville, which like a very famous city. I just can't think what it's called, but it was unbelievably beautiful though. And yeah, the warmer climate that's actually so true. While Drumstrag might be much rougher and in a colder environment, absolutely. I'm hoping that they get to talk. That we get some interactions between Harry and Beauxbatons and Drumstrag that isn't just, are you finished with that shellfish stew? Ron theorizes that Fleur might be a Vila, and until we learn her name, she is referred to as the Vila girl. Actually, that's so true. This might be why when you looked up pictures of Vila, it showed you students of Beauxbatons. Oh, absolutely. That's that mystery solved then. Harry wondered how angry Dumbledore would be if someone younger than 17 did find a way to get over the age line. Now I can imagine imagine Book Harry picturing the way movie Dumbledore reacted after Harry name came out of the Goblet of Fire. I really like that. I really like that, Alias, because and that isn't a reflection of what Harry thinks of Dumbledore. It's a reflection on how much he respects Dumbledore, and imagining the worst possible reaction from him. I really like that. So maybe it was a dream. Doesn't quite make sense, but yeah, I like that. We get Ron's reaction to Harry getting picked as champion, and like in the movie, he doesn't believe Harry didn't put his name in the cup. What do you think Hermione's reaction will be? Good point. I don't even know where she is. It seems weird that she wasn't waiting for Harry to get back. Maybe she was amongst the chaos. I can't imagine she was celebrating. Knowing Hermione, she would probably think that Harry did and be very disapproving, but she won't be like, yeah, you didn't take me along like Ron was, though. So yeah, I have no idea, but it's going to be interesting to find out, though. I do feel like that she's going to be a mediator this year, much like how Harry was last year with Ron and Hermione. But we shall find out. Great comment. Josh, we have arrived at the greatest Harry Potter meme of all time, thanks to the fourth movie's botched characterization of Dumbledore. It's a shame Gambon was directed so badly as Dumbledore by Newell, and this is only only one of the director's horrible decisions. It's no wonder he wasn't asked back. David Yates wasn't perfect, but at least the last 4 movies feel like the same story. As the book. Interesting. Goblet of Fire just feels like the director was only interested in cashing the check he got. It's a shame. Yeah, Josh. I mean, I get it. I get what you're saying. Watching the scenes back is quite often painful, like I was saying earlier on. But yeah, it's but that means that we got more to look forward to in future books as well, though. But thank you so much for your comment, Jake. Hi, Veggie. Oof. Oh, FY oof. FY hoof. Oh, I see. Right. Hoof YouTuber Ooftipuff. Hoof YouTuber Ooftipuff. Oh yeah, Hoof. Great. Thank you, Jake. That was excellent. Never noticed until this rereading that Dennis Creevy gets mentioned rather a lot. Harry seems to notice him even more than Pumpkin Pasty. It's true, Jake, and I didn't bring that up at all. But yeah, Dennis, trying to see what's going on and everything. When Harry walks into a room, we often do get a description of what Dennis is doing there. That's actually a great point, Jake. I did bring him up once in my notes. Bagman and Crouch have made the necessary arrangements for the task, rather emphasizing my point that Quidditch cancellation seems unnecessary. I think you might be right about not wanting too much focus on sport, not when there's exciting screw-its to look after. I guess Quidditch doesn't matter, Veggie. I think you might be right about not wanting too much focus on sport. I still think it's so. I still think it's so strange. Imagine Wood's expression if he found out that there. I mean, we got it in a book club last time, guys, about it being his last year. But even if it wasn't his last year, any year away from having Quidditch practice, if you want to get rid of the games, that's fine, guys. But practice can still happen. It seems odd to me. Then Dumbledore states the champion with the most points after 3 tasks will win the cup. If we're going off the movie, he should have said the first 2 tasks are basically meaningless and meaningless. They will, yes, that's such is so true. They will decide the starting order of the race. Yeah, much like gladiators. Does it determine who goes in there first? I actually can't remember. We shall see when we get there. Do you think this might be different in the book, given that line? Yeah, I haven't thought about it, Jake, but if you ask me to give me my current opinion, I don't even know if the last task is going to... I feel like the last task is going to be very different. It is strange that there's this massive maze that we only ever see once. Do we ever see it in the future movies? Maybe we do. I can't imagine we would have seen it in the early ones. But yeah, unless it's like a magic one. Which, of course, there is a magic one in Hogwarts, isn't there, that we found? Hogwarts Legacy, I should say. Which we need to get back to. Great comment, Jake. Thank you so much for making it. Thank you so much for the Welsh at the start as well. Very interesting. Slim. Hi, Veggie. Hope you're having a spectacular day. We've reached the chapters where things really start to go wrong for the movie. 4 Champions is fascinating because it's a very characterful chapter. Oh, the chapter, I see what you mean. The comedy meme is the thing precisely because it completely reverses Dumbledore's character. He is diplomatic to avoid offending his guests. So true, even to the point where he's like saying, "Yeah, Maxine, I probably did mess up." It's yeah. McGonagall cuts through Dumbledore's diplomatic BS with like a knife, giving Moody's paranoia to leap into overdrive about the plot to kill Harry. We are denied all the characters' goodness in the movie. There are a ton of characters in that scene that don't even say anything. It's, yeah. I think that everyone does kind of say everything, but but some people get very little. Like Maxime, I think, like gets like half a sentence or something, you know. And then she looks concerned for Harry. We learned so much about Karkaroff and Maxime just in that one scene, guys, in the book, and I loved it. Part of the reason why book fans are so annoyed by the stereotyping and sexism in the movie is because Krum and Fleur are the opposite of what you might expect. Krum is quiet, passive, and voices no opinions at all. Very true. I think he like says that he has a like slight expression of annoyance when Harry comes in, whilst Fleur is rude, extroverted, and contemptuous of the idea that Harry will be competing. Yeah, and I'll say this though. I think that she is rude. Like, the laughing was so freaking rude when Dumbledore was talking. But I do see why she would be annoyed at the same time, though, you know? She should be annoyed as Krum and Karkaroff, quite frankly. The whole idea of a binding magic contract is very poorly explained in both the book and the movie, especially as we have no hint regarding the consequences if Harry refuses to compete. Is it like the unbreakable Faustschocks? Yeah, so I assume it is, because I got nothing else to go on. So yeah, I'm completely with you here. I really am. I just needed Harry to like say it's all right. I'll because for something Harry would have wanted to say, I just won't take part. And then for someone to say no, Harry, you see you can't. And even if you don't want to explain it at this point, you can have McGonagall like say because, and then she froze and then realised what she's got to be telling Harry, and then someone else interjects. You know, just to like tease that there is something bad that will happen, not just saying. My cup said he has to do it, so he has to do it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid when you think about it like that, guys. It's like a group of adults shouting at each other saying, well, the goblet said he has to do it. We needed a little bit more reason of what will happen. We need at least a tease of what would happen. If you don't want to say it, then that's fine. But we needed a tease of what would happen if Harry were to refuse to compete. Yeah, we really do. Because it's almost as if it's a given to the point amongst the characters in the book that they don't feel the need to question it at all. So yeah, what's up with Crouch? That's what the book should be called. He's aware that, well, for some reason you put Percy down here, but I'll correct that. Weatherby works for him now, even if he still doesn't know his name. Apples. Sorry, I jumped on your comment there. Great comment, Slim. Yeah, the binding magic contract. I don't know, guys. Maybe when you read it as a kid, you never really thought much about it. But now that you're older, because you read it as a kid, does that still not bother you at all? Because me reading it now, I was waiting patiently in that scene for someone to explain why this bunch of adults have to risk this child's life because a goblet said so. Yeah, you can't just say contract. Because contract. Slim, great comment. I appreciate it. Jacob! They make them okay at Hogwarts. I like how we got little things in the last book, and now lines like this from Harry talking about Cho. It makes future events feel more earned than just thrown into the story for no reason. Yeah, it's going to be interesting when he, I presume pursue might be the wrong term, but plans on inviting Cho to the dance. That's going to be an interesting chapter, and that's going to be when Ron's back on good terms, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sure it is. Anyway, great comment, Jacob. It's still a strange thing to say, though, and also like it says like Harry said without thinking, which is interesting. Sandra, hi, Veggie. When Harry is chosen, it's a bit stupid that Karkaroff said we would have brought more pupils from our own schools. Both other schools brought their best representatives, so it wouldn't have been an issue if they could enter an extra student. Hang on. Both other schools brought their best representatives, so it wouldn't have been an issue if they could enter an extra student. But it is still a wider pool, though. And also, it's like, okay, how about this? If they were allowed to enter their names in, and Neville, for whatever reason, decided to enter his name in, he probably would be chosen. But he's not a Quidditch player. He struggles in most classes, all but one class, in fact. He certainly isn't daring. And so the goblet goes beyond results, like, you know, test results, you know. And so I do feel like it would have been... There is a potential that a younger student who you would never think would be the best for it would be your best champion. I feel like that's the point of the goblet choosing it. Great point there, Sandra. No, that's definitely made me think about it. I'm still with Karkaroff, though. I really am. I feel sorry for him. And also, he sounds so cool. Yeah, I just love his description in the book, you know. He sounds like a menace. He really does. Just like his terrifying grin. Sandra, great comment. Freddy! Hiya, Veggie! Oh, really? Okay, so... Puzzleful. That's Italian. Puzzleful. I like it. I like it, Freddy. That's how Hufflepuff is called in French. This is excellent, guys. I'm loving all these. I really am. I read the books in English myself, and I have also read them in Spanish to try and keep whatever bits I speak of the language from leaving my brain. Very smart, Freddy. I wish I could learn languages. I just haven't got the brain for it. I ain't got the brain for a lot of things. You cannot ask me to add the Welsh version of Hufflepuff in my brain. Don't worry, I will drill that into your brain, Freddy, by the time we're done. Because I will be saying it a lot. It will fry, yes, capital F, full of pun. See what you did there. I see what you did there. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on the famous line, he asked calmly. I'm not sure if I really gave many. I basically just acknowledged it as... No, I think I did. We definitely broke down why I feel like Dumbledore's reaction is wrong. But the other comment that said about how that's how Harry probably imagined it. You guys should be doing these book clubs, guys, not me. Oh, lol. It must be an anticlimax after all the hullabaloo made by the fandom over the difference with the movie. Yeah, I don't know. It felt like an achievement. It felt like a moment in the series. It really did. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's anticlimactic. But the whole scene is in sharp contrast with the movie version, as it must be. It must be, I think. I prefer the book version, but it would have made an impressive impression on screen, I think. What they could have done is Dumbledore calling out his name calmly is... They could have had Dumbledore look concerned, but then again, Dumbledore doesn't look concerned ever, does he? Because he's always 5 steps ahead of everyone. But then when the door is closed and they're going up to Harry, Karkaroff could have like basically grabbed Harry and basically say, "What the heck are you playing at?" and all this. Or Crouch could have done it. Moody? Oh, Moody's an interesting one. Because the thing is, Dumbledore is not accusing Harry of putting his name in the goblet. He is frantically trying to get Harry to tell him that he hasn't. That's my interpretation of the performance, guys. He's not like saying, "I'm going to slap this kid," or anything like that. He's like, "Hey, Harry, did you put your name in?" He's demanding an honest and true answer immediately. He is not giving me the impression that he's about to reprimand Harry. That's my interpretation of Gambon's performance there. Whereas Karkaroff could come in... Moody could come in there. And we know that Moody has a short fuse and everything. And he could be the one who's like, say, "Harry, did you put your name in it?" Oh, I don't know. But then again, he would already be onto his conspiracy theories, so wouldn't he? And obviously when we're talking about Moody, we're talking about, at this point of the story, Moody. Interesting. But yeah, I still love this scene in the book though. But yeah, the impression, I do see what you mean. Also, I can't wait to hear if Hagrid's refusal to join SPEW causes you to rethink Hermione's campaign. Not his refusal to do it. He definitely said some very key points. It's in their nature to care for humans, not to serve humans. That is such a huge difference, and so Hagrid definitely helped me process. I'm still with Hermione because I don't think that she is trying to change the minds of house elves. I think she's trying to change the structure, and I think that there are things. I think that we would all agree that we want the conditions for house elves to be better. No, she's shooting for the moon with some of these proposals, but that one I can't see anyone disagreeing with, apart from Lucius and Barty maybe. And who cares what those people think? Wow. So, I think from a Muggle perspective, it is impossible to think she's wrong, which surprises me that this is the first time it's come up amongst Muggles. A Muggle perspective, as in like half-wizards and stuff. JKR has built a universe where we're led to believe there is a whole race of beings who want to be enslaved in service of humans. They don't. Yeah, this is why Hagrid worded it so specifically, saying to care for humans. Because it could be that it is their want that they want to care for humans. When you say want to be enslaved in service, that's why I found what Hagrid said so useful. It's going against every human history. Everything human history has taught us. The only thing I can do is accept that Hermione's coming from the best place possible. I'm with you. I'm with you, Freddie. Hope you and Woozle Girl are doing well. Thank you, Freddie. She's doing well. She's just had a lovely walk. It's finally not raining for once, because it's been a lot of rain here over the last couple of weeks. I want to get my lawn done. This week I've been really focused on getting the channel back up rolling, guys. I don't know if you noticed, but I've got a Buffy episode out. We did Murder Drones. Back to the musicals and everything. The gears are now churning again, so I really needed a week of getting back into it properly. And then I think next week I'm going to take a couple of days to try and... I've never done it before, but I'm going to try and do my lawn properly. So the first thing I need to do is to dig a trench to put my robotic lawnmower, which is out of action at the moment. I'm trying to get the people to... right now, the company is meant to be sending me a box to put it into, and then I can send that box to them. But they haven't sent me the box, and that was over a week ago. Anyway, I need to dig a trench to put the robotic lawnmower's boundary lines into the ground, because for the first time ever, I plan on scarifying. Which I don't even know if it means, guys, but it's basically scarring your lawn. And so you're basically ripping parts out of it. And there is a point to it, is to remove the thatch from so you have grass, usually a thatch layer and then soil underneath. And that thatch is from dead grass cells and other debris and everything, leaves and everything, being walked on and everything. It just makes it less easy to accept water into the soil, and so the grass doesn't grow as well. Now, granted, my grass grows very, very good, guys. I live out in the sticks, and like I say, it's been raining like crazy lately. But at the same time, I really want to give it a go, because even like people, even lawns that are amazing, you know, but have a lot of caretaking of them, are usually scarified every year, and so I do want to have a go at it. So I'm going to get a cheap scarifier, a powered one. I'm not going to. It would take forever to do it with one of the manual tools. I'm then going to. I think I'm going to aerate it, but I'm not sure, which is making lots of little holes in the lawn. Lots of little holes in the lawn, just so water and oxygen can get into the roots of the grass. The lawn will look horrendous after this is done. It will look like a battlefield has taken place. I'm then going to top seed, and I think I'm going to fertilize as well with topsoil. I'm not exactly sure what's best for that, but I need to do research into it. And I'm also going to be borrowing a roller off someone to actually flatten it all down after I've seeded and topsoiled it. Like I say, it will look like a nightmare. It'll look much, 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 much worse than it does right now. But in 2 to 3 weeks, it will start to look insanely good, apparently. And so, that's my plan. As if you cared, Freddy. I thought I'd let you in what my plan is for next week, anyway. If it dries up a little bit. You can't scarify when it's wet. What a rant. Sorry, guys. But I should just call the video toothbrush moustaches and scarifies. If you scarify your lawn, guys, please let me know, because I'd love to get some tips off you. Seriously. But yeah, because I'm going to scarify, I had to get the wire for the robotic mower into the ground, because it will just rip the wire apart. Those wires are expensive. To replace it, it's like 70 quid or something. Anyway, Seb, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you wait. I have been liking them good. It helps me know where I am. Seb, ha, Veggie! Hermione said that she doesn't think young students would stand a chance because they haven't learnt enough. To me, this seems like a pretty reasonable assumption that a higher level of magic knowledge would be best to compete in the task. However, the rule makers felt the need to put an age line indicating a big possibility that younger students could be chosen. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is what I was saying about just now, Seb. I think that it's very possible that the way that the Goblet chooses students is nothing like Krum, Maxime, and, well, no, Krum. Not Krum, sorry, Karkaroff. Maxime didn't choose Fleur, did she? But Karkaroff was clearly keeping his golden boy healthy there, wasn't he? With his mulled wine. Underage. Unbelievable. You can probably get non-alcoholic mulled wine. Of course you can. You get mulled cider. It's very nice, guys. Enough waffle. Yeah. I reckon that it's very possible that if logic... depending on its logic, Neville would have been chosen if everyone had to put their name in, which would be bad. If everyone had to. Or Harry, of course. Harry more likely. But also, Hermione is also the sort of person who would think that as well, though. The fact that knowledge is the main key. Whereas Harry has gone through things that all, I'm going to say all, the 17-year-olds at Hogwarts currently have never been through when it comes to the daringness and everything. But we're talking about Hermione here, and she would definitely say what the people with the most education would win. What criteria do you think the Goblet evaluates when making its choice, since it seems like magic knowledge is either not the only thing or part of the Goblet's decision at all? I think it's on the same path as the Sorting Hat, which is obviously, you know, dictated by the four founding wizards. Yeah, I feel like I feel like it's a criteria that us wizards or muggles couldn't comprehend. I think it's going to be destiny based. I actually do. So I feel like that's why I think that Neville may have been the champion. Have been amazing. Also, I love how when Harry's name is called, we get that moment when the main character and the series go from heck yeah, I'm Harry Potter to oh not again, why am I Harry Potter? Yeah, we get that a lot, don't we? Those swings of basically, you know, his fantasies of winning the Quidditch World Cup and then not wanting people to even just look at him. It's good, it's good. Sab, thank you so much. Sab, sorry, not Sab. Sab, thank you so much for your comment. Dara! Hi you all, hi Veggie! From the Goblet chapter, everyone else having a laugh when Rune is like, bless you, at Bollybass, there we go. I know fish soup is not everyone's favourite, sorry, and seems disgusting, then helps himself to blood pudding! Dara, I'm so glad you brought this up, which is my personal opinion, is even more disgusting. I say that and I eat blood sausage. That's so interesting, Dara, because obviously I'm vegan, but when I could eat meat, I would have blood sausage, and I don't see the disgustingness of it. I'll be honest, if I was offered bouillabaisse or blood sausage, I would have blood sausage, but that's purely because I know that I like blood sausage, you know. I feel like a lot of young people in the UK have an issue with fish, which is weird considering how much we love fish and chips, guys. But I feel like there is a big thing where, I think in other countries, particularly in France, because I know in France, they have insane, I don't know, I'm sure it isn't across the board, but their school lunches are so much different than ours, guys. They really are. They're like really classy. And so yeah, cultures are all different, guys, and I do feel like a lot of young British people do have an issue with fish. I feel like my brother, who has literally just sent me a message, had an issue with fish. Shall I send him a message asking him if he had an issue with fish when he was a kid? Oh no, he sent it to a chat rather than just me. Right, well I won't then. I'll ask him later on. I'm picking him up. Anyway. Oh god, sorry. Yes, I'm so glad you made that point, Dara. I think that is on purpose. I feel like it. I feel like the author chose blood sausage. Black pudding. There we go. On purpose. I feel like it was a joke. In fact, you know. Also, he shouldn't have said bless you. He should have said I only asked. I feel like that's funny. Anyway. For the 4 Champions chapter, nope, not commenting on Snape yet. I will keep that until the next book club. Interesting. What do you make of Moody? Part of me is weird, because the thing is, guys, I'm trying to not remember what happens later on. Part of me is with Karkaroff. The thing is, guys, I completely understand why Karkaroff is so annoying, and so even when he's arguing with Moody, which is just great stuff in this chapter, I can see, I can see his side of the argument insanely. So yeah, I thought that Moody was great here, but you know, he did kind of show his paranoid side, and Karkaroff was bringing up all these amazing moments in the past where you know, where he's, you know, had like, you know, paranoia and everything. I always thought his comment on how the goblet was tricked should have been included in the movie. I mean, I think it was. You know what, Dara? I think it is, and I think it is there. I think he says it incredibly fast. The Confucius stuff. I swear he does say it, but it's like when he's like saying it in the background when we're meant to be focusing on something in the foreground, you know. I think he does say it. I could be wrong. It's the Triwizard Tournament, so how and why would there be 4 champions at all? B, what do you think of the Gryffindor reaction overall? I was surprised. I don't know why I was surprised, but I really was. Considering how bitter they are, a lot of them, not all of them, are towards Hufflepuff. I should have really seen it coming, but yeah, for some reason I was surprised. Any prediction on the other houses yet? What? I think I was going to refer to something that's in the movie, but yeah, this Stinker Potter thing. I mean, the thing is now there is not a Hogwarts champion. There's a Gryffindor champion and a Hufflepuff champion, and so you'd imagine that Slytherin and Ravenclaw are gonna, particularly Ravenclaw, are gonna feel like shafted again. But it's now gonna be a rivalry, isn't it? That's my prediction. I hadn't thought about it. I'm not the biggest fan of Gryffindor, being a Slytherpuff myself. So I am never sure what to make of their reactions. It seems kind of unkind to be happy to have a house champion when it's obvious that the chosen school champion is someone from another school. Yeah, because there's 2, I think that if Harry's name didn't come out, then after a couple of weeks of disappointment, they would absolutely get behind Cedric. I really do. Even Seamus. Probably not Seamus. So I'm never sure what to make of their actions. So do I. Yes. Also, why the heck not a Slytherin champion? I mean, it would have been fun. It would have been cool, actually. Yeah, with Warrington. Hope you are doing okay and have some time to relax a bit. Thank you, Dara. Well, despite the fact that next week is going to be a lot of heavy work, as long as it does dry up a bit, it will be relaxing as well, in a weird way. Thank you so much for your comment. Maddie! Hi, Veggie! Calmly. You get winners in every break. Is a phrase that has stuck with me since I first read the book. It's such a Hagrid thing to say. It really is. It reminds me of, I mean, a lot of people say Hufflepuff are a bunch of duffers. He's not exactly the most subtle in any way. In literally any way, is he? I love, I always say that to my dogs. That's amazing. Because, they're my little weirdos. Oh, I know exactly what you mean. I love the build-up and the anticipation from the champions selection, where everyone is speculating and gossiping and even throwing some snide remarks. Yes, we definitely get some snide remarks. It's a good portrayal of how students act when there's a big school event. Yeah, you're right, Maddie. You're absolutely right. I probably am being a bit harsh on some of them, because, you know, these are kids at the end of the day. I think I've seen enough parody on YouTube of that infamous lion scene for me to take the movie scene serious anymore. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Maddie. That moment is now forever hilarious. Even in the book, it's hilarious. So it's okay though. It's better that than ruin one of like the absolute key scenes, you know. Lines, I should say. Thank you so much, Maddie. Utipo Veggie from Digo. I don't have any particular comment on content this chapters, but instead I want to share a weird thoughts I had when reading this part of the book for the first time. Oh, excellent. When I first read this book, I was rather young, maybe 8 or 10. My goodness, Digo, I could barely. I was not. I always struggled with reading, guys. So that's amazing, Digo, and therefore really naive. And after seeing Harry defeat all the Dementors at the end of Prison of Azkaban, I thought he had suddenly become some kind of magical wonder kid and was basically on his way to become the next Dumbledore. I thought that that's what people would have assumed anyway. I mean, that's not where I'm at, actually, Digo. But yeah, I can absolutely people thinking that about Harry. It is kind of crazy that, because it's how it works. But we have Harry defeating a basilisk, and then going back to being like a kid who everyone's trying to protect and everything from Sirius and everything. It feels it's fluctuation, isn't it? Whereas like I can see that you could see Harry staying up at the high level, even though neither the reminders of Prince Azkaban nor the start of this book gave any other indications that he had suddenly become way stronger. That's true. Yeah, we haven't had any mention of, like, the Patronus or anything, unless you brought up on thinking about Lupin. So when I heard about the tournament and the age restriction, I was somehow convinced that Harry would become the Hogwarts champion again. It's a Hogwarts champion anyway, yeah. I fully believe you, Digo. I think that most people would have assumed it going in. And that without even putting his name in the goblet. Because I thought the goblets would just sense his incredible strength aura, and be like, his name isn't inside me, but he's so incredibly gifted, so he obviously has to be champion of Hogwarts. So I'm just going to call him out anyways. Yeah, I like that. That's actually cool. I like that, Digo. It's not something which anyone speculates in that scene, but yeah, I can see you believe in that. Well, you can imagine how surprised, confused I was when the book told me that Harry was not suddenly on his way to becoming incredibly powerful, but still just best an above average wizard, and that his name had probably been put in there to kill him, and not because he is inherently worthy of participating in the tournament. I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you so much, Digo. And yeah, I can imagine you thinking like that. Mel, hi Veggie. I love how Dumbledore intervenes with the twins. Intervenes when the twins have tried to cross the age line. I always imagine Richard Harris at this very moment. I can see what you mean. Calm and mischievous. Also, I love how moments in Hagrid's. I love those moments in Hagrid's hut. I find it comforting. You just remind me something, because you just reminded me something, Mel, because I know that Gambon made a point of not just doing an impression of Harris's Dumbledore. And so is it possible that it was his idea to change the delivery of the famous line? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. The moments of impatience are well described. I remember when I was young reading the book. I feel the same excitement as the pupils. That's cool. I love the dynamic between Ron and Hermione. When he's fascinated by Krum and Fleur, he's willing to sleep on a camp bed to let Krum have his bed. I know, I love that. While Hermione is just annoyed and Harry's just a spectator. Yeah, this is so... I do feel like it's strange that he's a spectator with Krum there, I really do. Interesting. Fleur's character is much more discreet in the films. You could say that again. What do you think of her now? I think that I'm excited to find out more about her. And I think that might be shading my opinion of her, because obviously maybe I'm meant to dislike her a little bit more than I do. But honestly, I'm looking forward to learning more about her, because she is this absence of a character in the movie. And so yeah, I'm enjoying it. I really am. I wish Angelina had been chosen. In the film, apart from Fleur, do we see a girl putting her name in the cup? Yeah, Mel, and you know what? I'm gonna go a step further than that. A girl had to, because it was an all-girls school as well, which takes even more away from it. Oh, Mel, you just... That's a great point. We don't see a girl putting a name into the cup, no. We see a Ravenclaw guy, I think. We don't see many. It's very, very few, in fact. We see Cedric, I think a Ravenclaw, and then Krum. Well, that's it. But Barton's being an all-girls school in the movie almost seems... I hope I'm making sense here, guys, but it almost seems like it's being judged on a curve where they had to have a girl one because it's an all-girls school. Whereas Fleur being chosen even though boys have put the name into the goblet would have meant more. And I'm only saying this, guys, because we have 4 champions and only one of them is a girl. And the movie is essentially saying there had to be a girl because Barton's is all girls. That's why there's a girl there. Whereas for a girl to be chosen over a guy, I think that would have actually been... I feel like it would have meant a lot more. I really do. That's a great point, Mel. I did not think about that for a second. I don't know why, but I would have liked to see Ginny's reaction to the tournament. We still don't see enough of her at this point in the book. Yeah, Mel. Because the thing is, I remember when I was doing my movie reactions, people, like, loads of... I think after Chamber onwards, people like saying, oh, Ginny's so badly done in the movies. But honestly, she hasn't been in the books as much as I was expecting, guys. Yeah. Either way, Mel, thank you so much for your comments. Florin, hi Veggie, what do you think of everyone's reaction to Harry being a champion? And what do you think about Mad-Eye Karkaroff's interaction? I'm fascinated to find out what Hermione is because I don't understand why she just wasn't there. It seems out of character for her to not be there. Whereas in the movie, she's basically punching Harry to go up and go to Dumbledore. God's sake, Harry! It's like, that's great. It's crazy. I was surprised that Gryffindor were as happy as they were, but, you know, he got crisps. And the Moody Karkaroff stuff, guy, Florin, I absolutely adored. I thought it was so cool, and it added so much to both of the characters. It really did. I loved it. I loved it. Thank you so much for your comment. Katic! Hi, Veggie! I really sympathise with Harry as much as in this last chapter. I mean, there's very few things in life that are more frustrating than one telling the truth and everybody basically going, yeah, right. It's so true. Yeah, misjustice, isn't it? Not believing you, but not giving you a chance to explain yourself either frustrating. Yeah, I see it. And it was basically because Harry says very little in that scene. But, you know, he's probably freaked out, you know. Cedric's freaked out. He's not even the one he's not even the extra, you know. The fourth wheel. So, yeah, I feel your sympathies. On a more fun topic, in the previous chapter, I don't think Harry had even spoken to Cho up to this point, yet has a crush on her. Seems so intense that it even protects him against Fleur's charms. Oh, I see, Katic. That's very interesting. So that's why he doesn't really have the same connection with Fleur, because he already has his heart's already with someone else. That's very interesting. I think they have interacted because I'm pretty sure that Cho wished him luck against Slytherin in the final of the last book, but it was brief, and Cedric did as well. But it was brief. Oh, the teenage love, in inverted commas, yes. My teenage past self also sympathizes there. Fantastic. Last thing, I really don't understand how the adults could not manage the whole problem with Harry's name coming out of the Goblet of Fire better. There's two problems. The unfairness of Hogwarts having two champions, and the concerns of Harry's safety. The Goblet of Fire magical agreement stuff only says that Harry has to compete, but I doubt it's concerned with how. Yeah, it's true, they could have put him in like a metal box, not in a metal box, but basically made it completely safe and basically have him auto fail each task, you know, or disqualify. Why can't the judges disqualify him? Because he's still competing. He's just been disqualified after the start. I don't know. It's difficult. Yeah, the contract has a lot of question marks around it. It really does. Why didn't they just all agree there and then that Harry would show up for all the tasks, pro forma attempt to attempt the task for a few seconds and then give up, withdraw for any made-up reason? Yeah, there we go. There's that as well. Oh, twisted my ankle. How amazing on each task. Even with the solving the egg. Oh, I twisted my ankle. Amazing. Magical agreement fulfilled. He gets 0 marks for each task, so Drumstrang and Bobarton are happy, and his life is not in danger. They're sorted, but also there's no plot for the book anymore. That's very true. And also Harry would be... Oh, Draco. Draco would love to watch that happening in each task. He would absolutely... That would be it. There would no more be any more Harry Draco friction, because Draco would lay that on him every single time. Amazing. Oh my goodness. Can't great comment. Janny, hey Veggie, I love the scene when Hagrid tries to impress Madame Maxime. It's so sweet. And the trio's reaction to it. We could see a bit of it in the movie when Hagrid and Harry go to see the dragons. So true. But it's way funnier in the book. Oh my, night and day, well, literally. But yeah, it is night and day. So we finally have the 4 champions now, and the famous Dumbledore said calmly scene. I hate that the movie, he almost strangles Harry. He does grab him, actually, doesn't he? So out of character for Dumbledore. Yeah, I would love to know the reasoning, the decision making behind it. Poor Harry, no matter how much he tries to explain that he didn't put his name in the goblet, no one believes him except Dumbledore and Moody. And McGonagall is blooming batting for him more than Dumbledore is, quite frankly. No, she's batting for Dumbledore as well, as is Snape, who is there for some reason. Not even his best friend. That must be really hard, especially at that age. Yeah, and the thing is that Ron has absolutely got it into his head that this is what happened, and so for Ron it's really hard as well, because he feels betrayed by Harry for not taking him along with him, because he knows that Harry knows that the Weasleys are not that well off and everything, you know. Great comment. Nessie, Uttipuff! Hi, Veggie. Not sure which chapter it's in, but when the kids are being taught to dance, it made me realise that with Snape being the head of Slytherin, it'll be his job to teach his kids to dance. Put your hands on my waist. Oh my goodness. I didn't see that scene between, let's say, Crabbe and Snape. I'm going to say something controversial here, Janny. I think Snape would be a good dancer. Oh, I don't know, actually, because social social relations and everything is obviously a big part of it as well. So maybe he wouldn't. But he's able to he's able to follow direction though, so I think that he might be good at proper dancing. I'm not talking about, you know, Saturday Night Fever or anything here, guys. I'm talking about ballroom dancing. I think Snape would be capable at it because he's very good at learning. Am I being insane there? I feel like I might be. Or Flitwick having to stand on stilts to have so he could teach his students. That's actually a fair point. Is Sprout the other house head? Yes. Yes, Sprout is the house head for, oh my goodness, Sprout teaching people the dance would be controversial. I mean, if we want to take the joy out of your comment here, I guess they could just say, just direct people to do it rather than get involved physically themselves. Because McGonagall, you get the feeling, actually was enjoying doing that. But yeah, if they are obliged to be a part of the dancing, that'd be amazing to see. Great comment. Of course, we'll be coming up to that chapter fairly soon, I presume. Andrew, hi Veggie. A few thoughts on these chapters. This is the start of seeing more characteristics of Fleur and Krum and how different they are in the movies. It's so good to see. It's so good to see. At least with Fleur so far, because Krum we really haven't had that much yet, which is part of his character building as well. We see it slightly here, but I can't wait for you to experience this more throughout the book for both. I cannot wait. I'm a fan of both characters, particularly Krum. Another example of why the Scoots are just the worst things in existence. They're now killing each other. Yeah, I do wonder if their food is each other. Quite frankly, I've been wondering that for a while. Fleur's comment about Harry being a little boy, I didn't see it as condescending, more that Fleur really does see Harry as a child and he shouldn't be competing. Yeah, I am 100% with you, Andrew. I don't think she was trying to be condescending, despite the fact we know that she can be rude, with the laughing and everything. I definitely didn't, but I can see someone taking it in the way that Harry did, though, and so yeah, it's yeah, I'm with you though. I think it puts into perspective how young Harry really is right now. The poor lad is only 14 and he's going through all this. He's already been through a lot, hasn't he? Finally, Crouch's comment on Weatherby. For some reason you put Percy there. A little over enthusiastic. Truth be told, actually that's very true. I neglected to mention that line, didn't I? What's your thoughts on the latest assessment of your favourite character? It seems insane that he's been left in charge of the department, but you know what it is that he, you know, Crouch likes saying, "Oh, gotta go to Hogwarts and do this blooming try wizard thing," and Weatherby probably did straight away. Like say, "Oh, I'll take care of that, sir. Don't worry, I'll do it." And he's probably pulling his hair out at the ministry, but he wants to give a good impression. Always, and so I think like that's my assessment of Weatherby. What Percy's doing, I have no idea. Sending all my best. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Right, like the comment. If I ever do accidentally not like a comment, guys, it isn't a reflection on me. On my thoughts on it is because I did it by accident because I'm using it to keep track of where we are. Joe. Hello, Veggie. Thank you for your videos. Sometimes I painlessly clean the whole house because I have them for companion. That's amazing, Joe. Chapter 16. Actually, let me know in the comments, guys. Like, in what you do usually during my book reviews. I'd love to hear it because I know that some people will work with them. I think that some people study with them, like household chores and everything. I'd love to know if anyone does any sort of artistic stuff during them. But yeah, let me know, guys. I'd be fascinated to know. Commuting, obviously, that's a big one for a lot of people, isn't it? You asked about the wizard eating magical creatures. I wonder if that is what was in Hagrid's stew. That's a great point, Joe! Oh, that is a great point. Again, I don't think it's Bugbeak. That was a joke. I said earlier on, but that is a great point. That presumably is, unless it's like no, I presume it is a magical creature. Well spotted, my goodness. I just love the scenes, and to be fair, they didn't eat it, although Hagrid probably did. I love the scenes with Hagrid being smitten with Madame Maxime and looking at her as if she was a baby dragon. That sounds worse out of context, doesn't it? I cannot with how he ditches the trio and went with her. I know. I love how he's like saying he's forgotten about us. I love that. That's amazing. I just love the scene. Already done that bit. Chapter 17. I always wonder about the question they ask about Harry asking older student to put his name in. So that was an option. Too easy to trick the age line in that case. Yeah. That's a great point. Why are they using the Goblet of Fire in the first place? Can't they ask the Tri-Wizard Trophy to the side? Well, obviously not. That's so true. That was a way of getting around it, just giving it to someone else. Oh, was that what Fred and George were trying to do? Were they trying to convince someone to do? Because that still hasn't paid off yet, has it? What Fred and George have been secretly talking about? Maybe that's what they were going to do. Try and get an older student to do it. Ron's behaviour towards Harry hit me way harder in the book because of how badly Harry felt and how he longed to see Ron. So true. And also, there was that digestion period of, okay, Harry's gone out of the room full of people shouting at him. He can now get back to his safety place and then find out that it isn't one. Whereas in the movie, you have that shot of Ron, which kind of instantly gets rid of that. Yeah. How trust Ron, that believe him and support him. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's so much more realistically done in the book because Ron is the comedy. He says he's the sidekick and everything in the movie and everything, but the mopiness comes off as a little bit more cartoony than the book, and that's not a judgment on the actor. The actor's excellent, guys. I've said that many times, but the book, it's a lot more real. It's a lot more real. Thank you so much for your commentary. I've got a really bad feeling, guys, that it's only just hit me. I'm not even sure if Barty does have a toothbrush moustache. I think he's got a pencil moustache, which is slightly different. I think it's had it. If he didn't say they had the toothbrush moustache, guys, I am so sorry for the massive tangents that we got on today. My goodness. John. It has been a while since I've read these chapters, so forgive me if I'm mistaken on anything. It's fine, John. It's my first time. So now we get our introduction. I see what you mean. I get you our introduction to Fleur and Krum in the series. Edit. Technically, we saw Krum at the Quidditch World Cup, absolutely, but his character didn't officially meet him until these chapters. So I think it counts as a proper introduction to Krum. Fleur doesn't have the nicest manners when it comes to what she says about Hogwarts as a whole, and Harry getting picked as the 4th champion. The laugh at Dumbledore is absolutely out of order. I do see her frustration with the 4th champion, though. I really do. Krum, on the other hand, is very quiet, and I don't think he's spoken a single word yet. He has not. So you don't know too much about him yet. We have quite a few differences between the book and the movie with some scenes. In the movie, after Fred and George fail to attempt to trick the line, they get into a fight with each other. In the book, however, they just laugh it off and go to the hospital wing to get their beards removed. Exactly, yeah. And I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all, what the movie did, because I feel like that made the scene even funnier. I think that it is assumed, it's said in the book that after a short time, they also then started laughing when they realised how ridiculous each of them looked and everything. But yeah, they certainly didn't start scrapping though. And the other students like going, fight, fight, fight. Jeez, guys, that gave me PTSD. PTSD, sorry. In the movie, Dumbledore shouts the infamous "Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" is bad and out of character. I'm surprised no one really mentions how loud he shouts Harry Potter in front of everyone in the Great Hall after his name came out of the Tri-Wizard Cup. It's true, John, because in the book he does say it a few times, whereas in the movie it's surprise, confusion, anger. So at no point is he calling out his name for Harry to go out. The first one is like, Harry Potter? Oh no, it's Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Harry Potter! Like that, you know. So there's no, come on, Harry. Whereas in the book, he is actually saying, Harry Potter? Harry? Like waiting for him to come out and come forward. When Hermione grabs him by the scruff of the neck and throws him in front of Dumbledore. And it just seems weird. She really like, Harry. But that might show that she's angry at Harry. So maybe that's what we're going to be getting in the book. In front of everyone in the Great Hall after his name came out for the Tri-Wizard Cup. Yeah, absolutely, John. Great comment, and yeah, I think your memory is completely correct. Although our protagonists haven't actually met Krum yet, they have met Fleur when it was when they were kneeling over the Bullivas. Howa. I'm so sorry about talking about moustaches. Moving on. Right. Howa. Oh, it's a chunky one. Cedric is such a sweet guy. He's not even angry at Harry for stealing his thunder. No, absolutely, he's just surprised. I must say, I don't like how Gryffindor treats Cedric. Seamus mocks him as a pretty boy. Yeah, it's such a weird insult as well, isn't it? Oh, really attractive person over there. Ron calls... I just remembered. God. No, I'm not going to say that. I remember a female comedian making a joke, which I always found really funny, but I'm not going to say it because it's a bit rude. About people that would call other people pretty boys. It's about that sort of mentality, I think. But the way that she worded it was very rude. Shall I say it? No, because it's yeah. No, I won't. It's a bit strong, but it is funny. You have to take my word for it. Ron calls him an idiot, 100% unwarranted, because Cedric is actually a brilliant student. Cedric doesn't deserve any of this. Yeah, and also he wanted to have a rematch, so it can't be the game. Anyway, even Katie's blooming having a go. It's another example of Gryffindor's displaying bullying behaviour. I'm not sure if it's bullying. Can you bully someone behind their back? I don't think he can. It's definitely disrespectful, and it's petty. I think it's petty. I grew up on the books, and I don't have a single good word to say about the movies. Not a single one? What about the music? What about the music, Howard? Come on. Still, when I started commenting here, although I think I did bring up the music before, I swore to myself not to trash the movies in the comments. Let me make an exception just this one time. Everybody is up in arms about Dumbledore, but that's the least of my concerns. The real travesty is how filmmakers butchered Sirius Snape. Is this going to be relevant to these chapters, Howard? Because it is a chunky comment. Sirius would never suggest to Dumbledore to let Harry compete. That's true. That does happen in the movie, actually. In like a little scene, which I'm guessing isn't in the books. That's the most un-Snape thing I can think of. His main objection in life is to keep Harry safe. He would never advise Dumbledore to put Harry in mortal danger and wait what happens, especially what Dumbledore presumably knows as well. I hate this movie scene so much. So yeah, okay, this is relevant here because I'm not sure if this scene is ever kind of done in the future because Harry's not there, obviously, so presumably it isn't. But we did have this little scene where it's like Snape, I think Moody's there, McGonagall and Dumbledore discussing the shenanigans. I hate this movie scene so much. Sirius is my favourite Harry Potter character. I believe you. for many reasons. He's smart, witty, brave, loyal, selfless. But the thing I love and value about him the most is how he always has the safety of his students in his first priority. Yeah, we've discussed that before. Obviously, with the werewolf and although it's different in the book, isn't it? It is different in the book, but in the movie, he gets between the werewolf and the student, and also we discussed it with like the exploding something where something explodes in the potions, and he's straight onto right. Okay, if you got burned, come here. Is like yeah, we discussed it many times. Suggesting to them. To us, a 14-year-old boy as bait, that's evil. That's actually evil, and not like the banal banal things people criticize Book Snape for. Scolding a sloppy student, not evil in my eyes. Deliberately putting a student in danger, evil. I wholeheartedly agree with those who say the book Snape and movie Snape are two completely different characters. It starts with the age difference. That's actually very true, which I presume they'll do right in the HBO show. Is Sirius a young man in his 30s book, or an elderly man in the 60s movie? I feel like the author did want Alan Rickman, I think, though. And I do feel like they did de-age him a bit. He certainly didn't look 60, I don't think, in the movies. I can't be... he can't be both at the same time. And... well, Harry is. Sorry. Because Voldemort, ignore me. And it goes downhill from here. I'm personally a fan of book Snape only. I don't care about his movie counterpart at all. I guess you mean care for. Great comment, Howard. I don't know why he was there in that scene, to be honest, but yeah, he is there. But yeah, and this was relevant to these chapters, so thank you very much for your comments. Maria, hi Veggie. I don't have much to say about these chapters. I feel terrible for Harry. That no one believes him, and lots of people seem to have see him as trying to cheat in the contest, as if being a teenager isn't hard enough. Yeah, it's true. I mean, McGonagall is absolutely batting for him though, which really surprised me. It really did. And obviously Moody is throwing out his conspiracy theories, which isn't really helping, I think, to be honest. I'm curious, what do you think about Fleur? Why would you think some boys, like Ron, are so impacted by her beauty and others, like Harry, aren't? I'll finish your comment first. Do you think she's a Veela? It does seem like some people are more impacted by Veelas than others. Well, like the comment earlier on pointed out, and I certainly wouldn't have come up with this theory on my own, Cho is the apple of Harry's eye? Is that the right term? I don't think it is. But, you know, Cho is his fixation. And so, because of that, yeah, I feel like because Rhonda hasn't got anyone in particular that he's holding a candle for, they say, that he's going to be more susceptible. I don't think that she is a Veela. Because then it would affect her more, as Hermione pointed out. And also, I don't see how that's going to help her in the tournament. It might do. We shall see. It'd be good to actually hear about how the other students did actually in the different tasks. So it's only the water one that we actually see them in, isn't it? There are four tasks in the movie. Right? I can't remember. I feel like there are 4. Anyway, moving on. I'm curious, what do you think about... Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, what I think about Fleur, I'm finding it fascinating, and that's probably because it's such a contradiction from the movie. As in, she actually has a personality, so I'm fascinated by it. And so I feel like I'm giving her a free pass through most of stuff. Laughing at Dumbledore, I don't like, guys. But... And good on Dumbledore not scolding her over it. I remember once I was working in a place where every Tuesday, for some reason, the owner had to give a speech to the entire staff of this. And it was like it was a family-owned department store, and each Tuesday, like the owner had to, and he wasn't like an old guy. He's like 40s, I think it was. Like give like a speech to the staff, and we just wanted to get on with our day's work. You know, it was retail, you know what I mean. And I remember once, like he was a young guy, like just out of school and everything. Dared at like 8:30 in the morning to try and get more oxygen to his brain by yawning, and the guy stopped the speech to reprimand him about yawning. And this guy, you know, he was a young man, guys, but he was a man though, and so if someone said that to me now, it wasn't me, but if someone, even if it was my employer said that now, I said my body needs more oxygen in my brain. That's why I'm yawning. It's not a response to your speech. Then I'd probably get fired. Anyway, why did I just talk about that? Yeah, because of Dumbledore's attitude of just completely, because he must have heard it, the laugh. But he chose not to, like, you know, he chose not to even make a joke about it, or to say, hey, I'm making a speech, or expect Maxime to do something. So yeah, I feel like Dumbledore handled that very professionally. Why did I just tell you the story about the yawn? I have no idea. Either way, really, that always bothered me. It always really annoyed me. People yawn, guys. It's not an insult. Unless he wasn't like going, oh, and all that. He was just yawning, like all of us do when our brains need more oxygen. Anyway, Maria, I'm so sorry about turning your comment into a rant. Thank you so much for your comment. Harry Potter. How did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Amazing. Dumbledore's calmly was gently not trying to knock Harry unconscious. Amazing. Yeah, that's a good point. I'd like to know what the partially cited audio description of that scene is. Unlucky that neither chapter was called Hermione finds out that every single elf on the planet, apart from Winky and Dobby, absolutely love every single aspect of their job. Maybe next time. Well, again, that can't be the case. And even Hagrid doesn't say that Dobby's an exception. There are going to be others that are going to want it as well. Of course there are, because it would be insane that the only house elf that we ever... although house elves are better not seen, so Dobby being kind of... No, because he was instructed to go to Harry. Ignore me. Was he? I think so. I can't remember. Anyway, Harry's secretly dreaming about being famous for his own achievements, but once again gets celebrated and hated for something he had no control over. Yeah, and that's why I really love that line about how he did fantasize about winning the Triwizard tournament, but it was a joke. It was an idle dream, or what it was. Idle kind of dream, I think. Great comment, Harry. Always appreciate. Gary, not Jerry. It's not just that he wasn't calm. I love the amount of time. No. I love how much we're talking about this. It's the whole scene. Dumbledore yelling Harry Potter, just reading his name. It's just not Dumbledore. Yeah, like I said, the different levels of it. Michael Gambon was terrified. Michael Gambon was terrific was a terrific actor, but he was never the Dumbledore that I saw in my head when reading. I'm wondering if this is because of his different interpretation, the fact that he didn't want to do it like Richard Harris. Richard Harris, on the other hand, is basically book Dumbledore come to life. I can't argue. I mean, in this scene, definitely, I find it easier imagining Richard Harris doing these lines than Gambon. But again, I'd love to know the reason behind it. Gary, thank you so much for your comment. Elizabeth. Hey, Veggie. Carrot. Just lurking on Patreon for quite a while, so excited to finally be caught up enough to make my first comment. Elizabeth, you're very welcome. You're very welcome, Elizabeth. Fun fact, the name Drumstrag is... I've been saying Drumstrag right this time, haven't I? Because I've always said it wrong. Drumstrag, I hope I am, but anyway, is a play on Strum and Drag, German for storm and stress. That's cool. That'd be a good band name, wouldn't it? Oh, that's awesome. In fact, there must be a band called Drumstrag now. There has to be. That's really cool. I like it. An art and literature movement characterized by chaos, violence, and intense expressions of emotion. Oh, wow. This sounds amazing. I need to look this up. Storm and stress. Strang und Drang. I'm looking this up. Kind of makes sense why JKR would associate Karkaroff's school in that way, especially with what we overhear Draco saying on the train about Drumstrag's philosophy on student admittance and dark arts. Very true. Wow, I mean, that's an amazing name. I wonder I wonder if that much thought went into Bo Barton's then. That's amazing. Great comment, Elizabeth. Great debut. Chapter 16. Dumbledore, not Drumstrag. Loved Dumbledore's amusement at Fred and George trying to get past the age line, and the other students having spouted their beards. Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely. And Hermione laughing there as well. It's great. It's a nice moment, and especially with Fred and George laughing as well. And that's so Fred and George. It really is. Is when they're fighting the only time that we've seen Fred versus George in any way, even like in discussion or anything? I think it is, isn't it? Not that there's a problem, guys. I think it's a hilarious scene. Chapter 17. The last line just breaks my heart. Poor Harry just wanted someone he could talk to, and Ron totally dismisses his insistence that he didn't put his name in. Also, we meet Fleur, the Sass Queen. the Vila Sass Queen. That's amazing. Yeah, no, she is sassy, isn't she? I'm excited to learn more about her. I am. Even if she turns out to be a nasty piece of work, which I don't think is the case, guys. The only thing that I have an issue with laughing at Dumbledore, that is just so disrespectful. But everything else that she does in these chapters, I completely see. I'm not with her, but I completely see where she's coming from. Cheers from California. Very nice, Elizabeth. Home of my Rams. Great comment. That's fascinating about Strum and Drang. I need to look this up. Thank you so much for your comments. Hope to see you next time. Sam! Up above! Hey, Veggie! Ow! Your comment hurt my arm. Sam. Chapter 16. Here we get... I am recording, yes. I always freak out like that. Here we get to see how different book Harry is to movie Harry. In the movie, Harry has no desire to enter the tournament. Yeah, she says, better you than me to run. In this chapter, Harry pictures himself participating and winning it. I love how well-rounded, flawed, and realistic book Harry is. He hates being famous for surviving the killing curse, but he doesn't hate attention, not the attention. Sorry. Yeah, 100% complete, and that is something which we've seen time and time again. It really has. He wants to be famous for his achievements, which he isn't famous for his achievements. I guess he kind of could say he is, but he isn't. He loves the attention he gets from things he earned and is good at, like Quidditch. He's an adrenaline chaser daredevil. That's actually very true. Sam. And yeah, you put what I said much better there. Hope we get a montage. I didn't need to say mortgage, right? I hope we get a montage of all the students, not just Fred and George, attempting to and failing to get over the age line in the TV series. We'll definitely get this scene. I don't know if we'll get like a montage to like Eye of the Tiger or anything. But yeah, we might see Fawcett and Summers. Maybe. Chapter 17, Unpopular Opinion. I actually enjoyed movie Dumbledore angrily asking Harry, did he put the name into the Goblet of Fire? To me, seeing Dumbledore yelling for the first time really helps drive home the gravity of the situation. I completely agree with you, Sam. I don't know which one I'd say I prefer, to be honest, because I can see why they do that for that reason, yes. Because it really snaps you out of the... I mean, even Gambon shouting in the Great Hall snaps you out of any, peace that you may have been feeling. I also prefer Michael Gambon's Dumbledore to Richard Harris' Dumbledore. I feel like there's probably others that would agree with you. I think there probably are. Though, I think the perfect Dumbledore would be an actor who could combine the gentle warmth of Harris and energy of Gambon. Yeah, I do also see that as well. I feel like there are probably others that agree with you. I mean, you've got 4 likes already, so there are others. If you could choose, who would you cast as Dumbledore for the TV series? Oh, I don't know. I thought about other characters, but for Dumbledore? I was doing a stupid thing a little while ago where I was trying to think if there was going to be, if there was a I've talked about carry-on movies in the past, guys, like the 60s or 50s, 60s, 70s, low-budget comedy movies that were in the UK. Who would play who in a Harry Potter, like Carry On Potter or Carry On Hogwarts? I think that Sid James would probably play Dumbledore, because he's not going to play Harry, is he? That'd be weird. So yeah, Sid James would play Dumbledore. It'd be very, very different though. I got Kenneth Williams as Snape. I've actually got it on my list. Hagrid, Bernard Breslaw. This isn't going to mean anything to any of you guys. I apologise. Filch, Michael Robbins. Now, Michael Robbins isn't a carry-on member, but they would often have other celebrities be joining the cast in certain movies. In fact, Bilko is on one of them. He's on Follow That Camel. McGonagall is played by Sims. That fits. Yes, that absolutely fits. Vernon Terry Scott and Petunia June Whitfield. I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. But yeah, I did make a little list of just trying to figure out who would be. As for who would be, the thing is, it's so difficult because you need to cast old, but they have to be around. I don't want to sound horrible, guys, but if I don't want to. I do not mean this in any disrespect at all, guys. But if they truly thought that Harris was going to be playing Dumbledore throughout the entire series, they were being pretty optimistic. And I don't mean any disrespect. I actually feel dirty even saying that. I apologise. But I don't know if Charles Dance could do the warmth, to be honest, because I know him so much from Game of Thrones. I think he probably could. I'm going to say Charles Dance, Sam, but I'd like to know who you think. I'm not very good at this sort of casting thing, as you can probably tell from my stupid carry-on list there. Sid James as Dumbledore. I can't do it. I'm trying to do Sid James laughing, I can't. Anyway, thank you so much for your comments. By the way, guys, I'm not a big carry-on fan or anything, because you might like check out a carry-on movie and think, wow, Veggie's into this, because they get, some of them are not funny. Carrying on Manuel, which was the last one, is awful. But very often I like to watch comedies which are from before I was born. And so I've watched every single Carry On movie as a project, you know, and a lot of them I didn't enjoy. Some of them I thought were great. Carry On Camping is actually as good as it's known as, although the storyline is... yeah, parts of that are rightfully not okay nowadays. I'm going to say that much. Which ones do I rate? Carry On Matron was really good, actually. I enjoyed that. Shall I tell you? Okay, because it's all quite... Because it starts off like completely clean, but later on in like this late 60s, 70s, they got very, very dirty humour. And there's a scene where a young woman comes into a doctor's office and says, "Oh, I was speaking to you last month about like a few months ago about my husband and I wanting to have a child." And the doctor says, "Oh yeah, your husband's like 87, right?" So there's obviously a huge age difference. And she says, "Yes, that's correct. And you suggested that maybe we could take in a lodger." And maybe, you know, maybe the pregnancy will happen then. And the doctor says, yes, that's exactly what I said. How is that getting on? And the lady says, it's going brilliantly. I'm pregnant. It actually worked. And the doctor says, "Oh, that's great. Is your husband okay with that?" And she says, "Yeah. He's tickled pink about it. The only problem is that the lodger's pregnant as well." Hey, I like that joke. Sorry. I think it's quite clever. It's also quite weird because of the age difference of the wife and the husband. But yes. I like that joke. I apologize. I'm such a child. But yeah, when I bring up like things like Carry On, guys, don't think that I'm okay with everything that's in them, because I am absolutely not okay with what happens in a lot of the later ones. But very often I just like to watch comedies from before I was born, and I've watched many of them, guys. I've gone through a whole bunch of them, even ones which I hate. Don't Drink the Water is awful. It's a terrible sitcom, guys, but I had to sit through it because I have a thing of if I'm going to watch a series, I had to do the entire series, and so I will force myself to watch stuff that I absolutely despise. Love Thy Neighbour I've actually done as well, which is a very dated comedy, guys. I would argue it absolutely is massively racially insensitive, and I think that racist at points. I think it's actually more racist to Indian people than African people, though. To black people, sorry. But it's just so badly written, and it's very badly performed. A lot of the actors on it are absolutely terrible. But I sat through every single episode of it, pulling my hair out just to get through it. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on from that. And so what I'm saying is, whenever I bring up these old sitcoms and Carry On movies and things like that, don't think, that's what Veggie likes, because it's not the case, guys. Although Carry On Cleo is probably the funniest one. Infamy, they've all got it in for me. That's just basically a disclaimer saying just because I bring something up doesn't mean that I think it's great across the board, because there are some unkosher things going on in Carry On movies. And Love Thy Neighbour as well. Love Thy Neighbour is famous for being racist, basically, a racist comedy. I would say there is slightly more to it, but I'm definitely not saying that it's good. I'm really not. It does what, you know, I brought up Rising Damp earlier on. Rising Damp did it well, whereas Love Thy Neighbour did it so badly that a lot of people just see it as being right all out racist. And you know what? I can completely understand why some people would think that. Let's get back onto this. I'm so sorry about these blooming tangents today, guys. Yeah, anyway. Gaffnob. Greetings. I noticed that lots of people are doing this chapter 16-17 thing this time. Very interesting. A lot of people are following this format. You don't have to, but it's interesting to see. Greetings. Chapter 16. Why do Fred and George need magic? And why do Fred and George need magic? Their names. Ball up the parchment and toss it in from outside the age line. Unlike the So I thought it was a quote. Oh, that's amazing. That's a great point. Unlike the movie, they get stopped before they can put the parchment in the goblet. Does not spit it out. Unlike the movie, they get stopped before. Oh yes, in the book, I see what you mean. Why would there be any students from other schools staying at Hogwarts? 3 tasks spent over the year. Go home between them. Yeah, considering how fast you can go home in the Wizarding World. Then bring bring the whole school to watch the task by portkey or the like. I'd push back on that a little bit, Garthnob. I feel like it's a relations thing, and also useful for the students to see other things. I know that Ron didn't want to try the Bullywuss, but you know, seeing that part of someone else's culture, it's like where you go for school trips and everything. Granted, it's only the top students that are going to be going, the potential champions, I should say, not top students. Sorry. But yeah, I feel like it's like a cultural thing. It does seem a bit much. I do agree with you there, considering how fast you can go back and forth. But it isn't just a tournament against 3 schools. It's a cultural celebration. That's how I see it. Chapter 17. Teaching how to... I'm sorry, why did I tell you that joke about the woman in the doctor's office, guys? I find that joke really funny, I must admit. I apologise. I'm broken. That's it. I need to end these. I need to stop doing these book clubs, guys. This is the end. This is the end of the book clubs now. I've broken my brain. Teaching how to detect... I'm sorry, Garthnob, I'm not laughing at your comment. Teaching how to detect dark plot agents. You sound like a good defense against the dark arts teacher. This is what Karkaroff said, isn't it? Not an odd quality for a teacher at all. I would expect many dark art teachers to be a little paranoid, knowing what they know. That's so true, Garthnob. In fact, I'd say that Quirrell was like that, especially in the movie. Yeah, I like it. That's a great point, Garthnob. That's actually a great point. In the same way that, you know, you'd expect your potions wizard to be all... and then you'd expect your, the future reading, the Trelawney one, to be all like very wizened and weird and everything. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that you have these not stereotypes, but you know, a certain type of person would be ideal for a certain job. Yeah, I see. That's a great point. At least for Hogwarts, what tests? 17 is your last year, and I would expect for other schools as well. You need to take... That's a good point. It's the last year. Garthnob, I don't know what's happened to my voice. That's a great point. So they're basically they're not doing their end of school exams, but it is the first time the Tri-Wizard tournament has happened for a long time, and so it's going to be a bigger deal for them. I see what you mean, but my goodness, that's crazy. I didn't even think about the fact that it's only 17-year-olds who are meant to be entering it. Great comment, Gaffer. Connor, hi Veggie. Chapter 16. I noticed that Fry said Bartimus Crouch. He emphasised the E in his name, Bartimus. I don't think I realised that in the earlier chapters. Oh, very interesting, Connor. Yeah, I'll have to keep an ear out for that in the future. I love that. But I love that final line. Leave Harry standing there by the door, staring at the dark red velvet curtains, now hiding one of the few people he had been sure would believe him. That is a powerful line, isn't it? That is a beautifully worded line. It makes you feel for Harry, as not even his best friend believes him. Yeah, he must feel completely alone, despite the fact that everyone's cheering his name downstairs. Or at least in the next room. I think I see it as being downstairs. Anyway. Connor, great comment. Greatly appreciated. Rhea with a chunky comment. I got the chapters mixed up and realised you have covered both events I need to talk about this week. Oh, so this will be a hyper condensed one part 1 and 2. Right, okay. November 2005, midnight premiere. What went down and why? The buffer, Fred and George physically fighting each other. No, just no. They never even get generally mad at each other. This is what we were just talking about. Is this the only time where they're actually even disagreeing with each other, let alone anything else? They never even get mad at each other throughout the entire series. Then them putting hands on each other felt wrong at every single level, and I was not okay with this change. Not okay. Very interesting to hear such a impassioned opinion about this, because like I say, I find it funny, but it's interesting hearing other takes on it. Little did I know that the buffer would be nothing compared to the catalyst. Oh my goodness, here we go. Where Dumbledore starts rushing Harry like an unhinged lunatic. Veggie, to this day, right now, writing this, I remember everything. The shock, the gasp, the intense buzz that erupted in the cinema. The nausea? Nausea I felt. I remember closing my eyes and shaking my head even as to erase what just happened. Then opened my eyes, but being unable to look at the screen from disgust, and of course, what was said between my brother and I. Oh my goodness, me. I don't know if I can watch any more of this, man. Him. Are you serious? Me. Nah. It will be him. Cause I'm ready to go if you are. Wow. Me. Are you sure? Him. Already stand up. Let's get the F out of here. Are you kidding me? I've never walked out of a movie, guys. I got to admit. Yeah, I've never walked out of a movie. It seems crazy to me, especially... wow. Let's read on. Surely, having what's his name? Blimey, Doctor Who. What was his name? Shown earlier on would have been a thing as well. But yeah, it's interesting, guys, because we all take this. Well, not all, but a lot of us are taking this Dumbledore say Carby thing with a lot of humour, but it's clear they actually annoyed a good chunk of people as well. Not just Uria. So that's exactly what we did. We weren't the only ones. A few others got up too. But the time, I guess, if you're at the premiere, it's all people who have read the books, presumably. But the time we got to the hallway, the angry tears were falling. Yep, to date, the one and only time in my entire life I walked out of a movie theatre was because of that moment. Wow. I can see it, especially if you're a big fan of Dumbledore. I can see it now, actually, yeah. Never once regretted it. Disgusted was an understatement. Character assassination on a different level. I thought the cuts were bad, but that night I learned the changes is what would actually send me over the edge. Did you ever watch the rest of the movie, Rhea? This is very interesting. So, Veggie, that's what went down and why it happened. Thanks for letting me share. Sorry so long. No, yeah, that's a fascinating story, Rhea. I'm honestly quite amazed. Justice for Dumbledore, still not over it. I respect your opinion on it. I really do. I guess my problem is that I knew this moment as being a funny thing because of what you guys told me. But now I think about it, character assassination. Jeez. Oh dear, angry tears as well. It makes me think of when I was playing with Final Fantasy VII Remake. The ending, anyway. Wow, Rhea, thanks for sharing. That's powerful. Yeah, we can make jokes about this, guys, but it affects different people in different ways. It's a nurse thing. Hey, Veggie. Fellow Utipuff here. Excellent. We finally arrived at Goblet's Gate. Oh my god. I skimmed the other comments and I know a lot of people have had things to say about this, so I'll keep it pretty short. After rereading the chapter, I feel so sorry for Harry. He seems really lost and confused, and all the adults around him don't seem to want to acknowledge him. McGonagall is batting for him now. I do feel, unless I heard it wrong. Except Dumbledore. Speaking of, I love how Dumbledore, pardon me, just kind of laughs off Fred and George trying to break the rules. Absolutely, and his compliments their beards. That's actually very true. Yeah, that's a good point. You couldn't have Dumbledore in the movie laughing off Fred and George trying to get in, and then him going nuclear at Harry later on. So yeah. On a sad note, I read somewhere a long time ago that this was the only time the twins were able to grow... Oh, don't... It's a nurse thing? Jeez, that hit me like a ton of bricks. The only time the twins were able to grow old together. Wow, nurse. That's so true. Jeez. Only one last thing. I was baffled by who they cast as Fleur in the movie. Based on the Vida descriptions and descriptions of Fleur in the book, I don't know how they landed where they did with the actress. Well, I don't know if you're referencing something that's confirmed later on. It's a nurse thing. But I think that what Ron was saying was the feelings that he felt when he saw Fleur were the same as what he felt when he saw the Vila. So maybe I feel like that's what's going on there. What do you think? There are a lot of differences between the book and the movie. Any really stand out for you? I love the scene. I don't think the scene overall is bad when they basically will come in to question Harry about what's going on. I think the movie scene it's good. I remember being enthralled by it, in fact, when I was watching it for the first time. I really liked the book version. I loved hearing Maxime and Karkaroff essentially go back for their schools. I don't think they were being bitter at all. I think they were being, hang on, this is unfair. This is a big deal this time. It's the first time in the longest time that it's been on, and you're throwing this at us? I loved that. I really did. Hope you're doing well, Veggie. Love to Woozle. Thank you so much. It's interesting. We just had a little play in the garden. Me here. Dumbledore laughing at Fred and George and their beards would have been a great moment to show the fun side of the character. It's frustrating because that scene is in the movie. Dumbledore's just not in it. Very true. Again, they couldn't have him being angry at Harry after being light-hearted with Fred and George, though. But no, I don't think he is angry at Harry. I think that I don't think his anger is reflective of, hey, you hoodwinked me. I think it's a lot more serious, the thing that he's angry about, I believe. I guess it would have clashed too much with the movie portrayal of Dumbledore that it would have felt out of place. I love how the Gryffindors talk about Cedric. You love it, oh my goodness, even though it's wrong. It's realistic and refreshing that there's a friction between Gryffindor and another house instead of the usual Gryffindor and Slytherin. What, just because Hufflepuff won a game? Oh man, yeah, it is realistic though. Me here, no, it's very well written. I hope that when I do critique this stuff, it's from a standpoint of I'm judging the characters, not the writing. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It is very realistic. I'm just glad that we didn't have any sort of rivalry like that when I was at school. Thank you so much for your comment. Logan, hi Veggie. Been busy a few months for me, so I had some catching up to do on the book clubs, but finally got here. Welcome back, Logan. Lovely to see you. all I keep thinking is that Harry must really, really hate Halloween. So true. Every single year something goes wrong. A troll gets loose in the first book. The first attack of the basilisk the next year. Wow, I forgot that would have been that. Sirius breaking into Hogwarts, and now he's entered into a deadly competition. If I were him, I think I would wrap myself in bubble wrap and stay in the common room every Halloween in case anything goes wrong again. That's so true. It's very, very true. Definitely an unlucky day for him. For everyone, really. Yeah, for everyone. Someone just mentioned in the replies that you pointed out in Chamber of Secrets that you wonder how Halloween will be an unlucky night for Harry. It sure is shaping up to be so far. Did I really? My goodness. Well, yeah, it really is. It really certainly is. In fact, this year is the least serious, isn't it? Not serious. It really is. No! No, the troll will be the less serious. I think after the troll, this is... No, because Hermione's going to die. I think this might be the least serious. I don't know. It depends what taking part in the tournament actually means. Again, can you purposely throw it? Can you purposely do badly and all this sort of stuff? But yeah, great point, Logan. Yeah, Halloween is not Harry's favourite day. Can't remember what the next one's going to be. I guess we'll find out in the next book. Tegan. Hi, first time comment. You're very welcome, Tegan. Thank you so much. I love how much they really do act like moody like moody teens in this book. I thought you meant moody, as in the character. Different spelling though, isn't it? I think, Tegan. Yes. As to moody is spelled with IE, right? It doesn't matter. Sorry, Tegan. Right, back to your comment. It's very realistic, and as annoying as Ron is, I do feel bad for him because it comes at such a deep lack of confidence in himself. Yeah, that's so true. And his thing about his family and everything with the money, that's the money prize and everything. Also, as a certified Fred and George fan, excellent. You're not the only one. I think the only big fan of me. I think the only bigger fan than me is Dumbledore. Lol, it's very true. As a Hufflepuff, joy is when Cedric becomes Hogwarts champion. Make my Hufflepuff heart happy. Absolutely, yeah. It was also a moment in the book and in the movie. I think it's a great moment as well. I think it is actually very well done in the movie. But yeah, big moment for Hufflepuff. Very big moment for Hufflepuff. Thank you so much, Tegan. Thank you so much for your comment. It's such a shame that Ravenclaw don't get nothing. The closest that is it's Cho, isn't it? Which and she's, yeah. It's strange, guys. It really is. Anyway, Tegan, thank you so much for your comment. I hope to see you next time as well. Simon! The committee from the liberation and integrity of terrifying organisms and their Oh, yes! I know exactly what I'm referring to. Rehabilitation into society. Yes. May want to look up the... What's the term? Hang on. Hang on, guys. This is so stupid. Initialism. Yes. Don't look up the initialism of what Simon just said. Anyway. Red Dwarf reference. Thank you very much, Simon. I appreciate that. Good episode as well. Very good episode. Alphabetti Spaghetti! Sorry. It's my favourite line from the episode. Sue me. Right. Sorry. Right, now you got it. Since I missed the last... Sorry, I couldn't remember what the term initialism was. I should be able to work out. Since I missed the last book club by minutes... Oh, I'm sorry, Simon. I shall use the quote I intended, so then even though you... intended to use, even though you anticipated it. Perfect. Not much to say in these chapters, other than how do you find Ludo so far, and do you think the series will have proper wizard clothes on everyone all the time, like in the books, rather than the halfway house in the film, as in books robes, all normal clothes and wizards. I think that the point of this series is that it's going to be more accurate to the books, and so I think they will have the robes. Ludo, I'm really enjoying him. I'm really enjoying him. I can understand why they wouldn't want him in that one scene in the movie, because it was meant to be deadly serious, and having someone like going at the back would have been kind of ridiculous, but putting the thumb up, I should say, just in case if I get these out as audio, which I do plan on doing. What I need to do, guys, is work out the best place to put these audio ones. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to monetize them, I presume. I don't know if you... No, do podcasts get monetized? On, like, iTunes and stuff? I have no idea. They would do if they have adverts on, but I don't know if I want that. I don't know. We'll work it out. I've got more time now, guys, and so I can actually start thinking about these things I've been promising for years. I'm sorry. Dumbledore approached Harry from behind, forcing Harry into a half Nelson. I know what that is. He then proceeded to apply the Cobra Clutch. I can't... I want to quote the Iron Sheik here, but anything I say, Jaboni. There we go. That's all I can say, because any other word that he ever used was an expletive. R.I.P. Dumbledore was not looking down at, unless he meant Sergeant Slaughter. I watched the little bit, the Legends documentary about him. It's very interesting, actually. He actually was a very big deal at one point, guys, more than I actually realised. Anyway, sorry. Dumbledore was now looking down at Harry. Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Dumbledore asked calmly. I think that's how this'll go in the series adaptation. It's going to be interesting what they do. Are they going to reference the meme? I feel like they probably... TV shows do that sort of thing nowadays, so I think they might do. God, we got a while to wait until Goblet, don't we? Anyway, Simon, great comment, great initialism, what it was called. Because there's a term which is often... Acronym. Yeah, acronym is but initialism is when it's the first letters. Yes, sorry, ignore it. Yes, don't do that on what Simon said at the start. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment, CJ. Hey Veggie, we finally get introduced to the Goblet of Fire, the impartial selector. I absolutely love Ron's excitement to seeing Krum. I'm surprised that Harry isn't doing his own. He was ready to offer his bet, and I love how judgmental he was about Draco talking to Victor. I always had to say it like that, Victor, as if he wouldn't be doing exactly. It's the black pudding situation all over again. Just a sentence which I didn't think I'd be saying today. I love the contrast between how impressed Drumstrag students are and how unimpressed Beauxbaton students are. You know what, guys? I'm realising I've misinterpreted Beauxbaton's attitude here. I feel like I actually have. I didn't... For some reason, I didn't see it as being unimpressed or snobbish. But now that you're saying it, I'm seeing that. I think that what I need to do, I need to hear... I need interactions with the students. We really need that, and I really hope it does happen. I really really gives us a picture of what their retrospective scores are like. Very true. What do you think was going through Karkaroff's head when he had that interaction with Harry and Moody in the hallway? It's telegraphing Karkaroff's past. It really is. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Even if maybe he was an innocent man and everything, but I think it's awesome how it's dangling it there, you know. And there may never be a bit where basically it says, yeah, Karkaroff is da 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 da. It's going to be very interesting to see. Actually, that's a good point. Is the scene where Harry overhears the conversation between Snape and Sirius going to be in the book? I presume it is. It's when Snape is clearing out the carriages, isn't he? Stopping Yankee Panky. Sorry. Not hanky panky. Kissing. Ignore me, guys. Ignore me. I love that they had Hagrid's tie in the movie. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Also, the one time Hagrid managed to keep a secret. Exactly, CJ. I was so proud of him. I really was. And also him talking with Maxime as well. Also, interesting comment from Ron about Hagrid and Madame Maxime's babies. Yes. I gotta love Fleur calling Harry a little boy. That made me crack up and calm Dumbledore. Who would have thought? It's so, yeah, it's amazing. And yeah, it's interesting that's the little boy thing, yeah. Because I don't think that she meant it in a nasty way, but then again, I don't know her character fully yet. Moody's comments of maybe someone was hoping Potter would die for it feels like a slip in character to me. Well, I feel like he's meant to be pointing the blame at Karkaroff, isn't he? That's how I interpreted the scene. Maybe. Hinting that Karkaroff is doing this, maybe. Harry is usually so observant. That's why Karkaroff is so defensive and having to go at Moody's competency. Harry is usually so unobservant, but he notices a lot of stuff about Crouch in this chapter. Also, the Percy slander. Absolutely. Percy slander. That'd be a good name for a cop show. Percy slander. Alright, ignore me. Oof, that reaction from Ron. I understand where he's coming from, but Harry needs his friend right now. Yeah, but from Ron's perspective, Harry doesn't. You know, because he no doubt Ron heard the big celebrations going on and everything. So for all he knows, Harry was loving the crisps, even though he wasn't. I'm blooming obsessed, aren't I? I'm pretty sure this is also the first fight they've had. It's usually Ron and Hermione fighting. Very possibly. Certainly nothing at this level. Certainly nothing at this level. Sorry about the randomness. My head was all over the shop on this one. Love from Australia. Thank you, CJ. Great comment. Greatly made. Lou! Hi, Veggie. I listened to the chapters, but forgot to post, so I can't remember all that happened. That's fine. It happens, Lou. But I'll try. Hermione is beginning to bother me a little. I respect that she wants to better the lives of elves, especially those like Dobby, who have been mistreated, but she isn't listening to anyone. Well, this is the thing, Luke, because I don't know if she's got, because I literally don't know if she has completely blanked what Hagrid said. If that's the case, then that's a shame, because Hagrid worded it so strangely. Hagrid is the one who worded it so much better than everyone else, in my opinion. Everyone is telling her that the house elves prefer to serve. Even Hagrid says so, but she refuses to even entertain their opinions. Maybe it's just because she's young and full of righteousness. I feel like that's the point of this story arc, yes. But refusing to accept that she may be wrong in some aspects of this is only going to make people not want to listen to her even more. That's completely fair. And I appreciate the fact that you said some aspects of it, because there are aspects of it which I'm sure that after all the books I will still agree with Hermione It's the conditions and treatment. Surely we can agree with that. That should be improved. But yeah, I appreciate how you worded that, the aspects. Harry's reception upon entering the common room is very different from what I expected. Me too. Everyone was excited for Gryffindor to be one of the champions. Even Ron wasn't nearly as hostile as in the movie. It's very short, isn't it? It's very short, the discussion that they have in the movie, as you know, movie scenes always have to be. But you do get the impression that Ron in the book is at least trying to not break up the friendship, whereas Ron in the movie, he's well past that already. Though he was put out that Harry hasn't told him about it. You know, I think the fact that Ron also probably would want to have entered his name as well. That's what I got from it, because he said about the, you know, if he used the invisibility cloak, then I could have gone as well. Yeah, and it's the galleons, guys. I feel like that's a big part of it. You know, he wants to give that money to his family. Yeah, that's my interpretation. Sorry. That's my interpretation of it. I'm sorry, guys. I've just been completely thrown. Our fellow Hufflepuff was a real gem about it, though. As expected, I love Hufflepuff, where all the drama doesn't happen. Absolutely. And the thing is, Cedric does still think that Harry's lying, but that doesn't reflect badly on Cedric. The situation looks like Harry is lying, and so yeah. Also, I feel a little sorry for Harry because no one will listen to him. It doesn't help, like Ron said, that Harry had been imagining winning the cup, and how he would put the name in as well, and the fame that would come with it, which would have done him no favours in that regard. Absolutely. But it's also normal for kids to talk that way as well, though. People think he wanted it. It would be the first act of dangerous rule breaking I've dived into head first, after all. And I wonder where Hermione is through all this. Curious. I'm seriously wondering about it. Yeah. Is she like doing research on the goblet? No, surely not that evening. I'm intrigued. I am. That's about all I've got. So all the best to you and Weasel. Thank you very much for your comment. Kevin, book. Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Dumbledore asked quietly. I think that Harry is at the end. Doesn't matter. Movie. Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? As Dumbledore shoves Harry against a pillar and waves an accusatory finger in his face. I like that term. By the time HBO Max series comes along, it's going to be... Oh God, here we go. Dumbledore, Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Proceeds to give Harry a tombstone pile driver. More wrestling references. Through a flaming table lit by the goblet. That'd be blue fire. That'd be amazing. That's amazing, Kevin. But no, seriously. I think the reason that this scene is so meme-worthy and odd to book readers is that it just seems so out of character for Dumbledore. One of the core aspects of Dumbledore is that he is always measured, calm, cool, and collected as at all times. So for book readers, it was just a very odd and out of character moment, and so it was kind of funny. Yes, yeah. I think some people find it hilarious. Some people really not so much. It's fascinating reading the different takes on it, and some people like it as well. With all that's said, that's nothing against Michael Gambon. He was a fantastic Dumbledore. It was just a weird moment. Yeah, Gambon is a fantastic actor, guys. He really is, and so It may have been his decision, like, to make his Dumbledore even more, like, unlike Harris, but I don't know if I think that's the case, to be honest. Anyway, Kevin, thank you so much for your comment. How are we doing? Harry, did you put your name in a Goblet of Fire? Dumbledore asked calmly. This... I do feel like it's... Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? I'm probably wrong. I'm most definitely wrong. This line right here really suggests that Mike Newell, the director, did not understand these characters or this world. I'm not sure how you can pick a director that refuses to read the book because it's too long. Yeah. Future rants sure to come. I mean, presumably he has said that publicly. Even admitting that is weird. It really is. I know it isn't as apparent in the chapters, but wanted to give my thoughts on SPEW. I remember the first time reading this book as a teenager, and Hermione really annoyed me to the point I really didn't care for the cause and just wanted to get over with Hermione's SPEW. Interesting. I'm finding it fascinating, but yeah. Now as an adult, I love the concept, and like that Hermione has passion about making this change. I completely agree. The way I see it is she just can't understand people can mistreat house elves like this, and is why she is so aggressive about it. She obviously has taken the wrong approach to this by thinking everyone should just join her. Of course, absolutely, I agree. This is part of the Wizarding world it's been a part of the Wizarding world for a long time, and hard to change people's opinions just like that. So true. In fact, you're doing it damage often, I find, when it comes to this sort of thing. You know, pushing a cause to the point where it's unrealistic to change, and so then people start to it's difficult, but I think it's all from a good place with her though. In my headcanon, she sticks with SPEW and eventually will be able to make a change for house elves. So wouldn't that be amazing that in that final scene on 9 3/4, like Hermione's like dressed as like a politician who needs to head down to the House of Parliament to represent the SPEW party. That'd be absolutely amazing. Or it'd be the House of Parliament, wouldn't it? Anyway, how are we doing? Great comment. I appreciate it. Benjamin, I like the explanation of why Harry was chosen as the 4th champion. He was not chosen because there is something special about him. He was chosen because the goblet was manipulated and thought that Harry was the only candidate of the 4th school. Very good point, Benjamin. So it could have been anyone, and it could have been absolutely anyone. They could have put Sirius's name in there. And just put a different school. And so it's nothing to do with Harry's ability. That's actually a great point, Benjamin. For some reason, I wasn't even looking at it in that way. The movies failed to explain this. It's always like Harry is so special. Of course, he was chosen. That's very true, and we see the piece of paper and it simply just says Harry Potter on it. And making Harry out to be this so special person takes away from his character. Absolutely. It contradicts his character because it's not what he wants. Great comment, Benjamin. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Jonas of the wonderful side panels. Dumbledore asked calmly, lol. Hope you are doing good, Veggie. Thank you so much, Jonas, and thank you so much for getting these side panels at such quick notice as well. Followed by Raider Max of the summaries. Fred and George seeing each other old is bittersweet, knowing what we know. There it is, Raider. Max, I should say. Yeah, Max is one of I should say our resident Fred and George ultra fans. That's sad. Not that they were likely to have those beards anyway, but yeah. Yeah, it is sad. Good moment though. Good moment in the books. And the movie. I liked the movie scene. Up above, though Krafang Fran. That's awesome. Ravenclaw for me. I love it. I love it. Cute. Fun fact. I made a point of collecting Philosopher's Stone in all the languages I could find, especially ones I wanted to learn. So now I have American English, British English, Canadian English, Welsh, Irish, not Gaelic, Irish, and French. French. Ignore me, I'm being an idiot. And as well as book 6 in Spanish. Wow, cute. Are you learning all these languages? Or have you learned all these languages? If so, that is amazing. Welsh is a good one. And Irish, wow. These chapters really are prime examples of the movies, once again, prioritizing action and cheap laughs over character. I think I can see where this is going. They take away so much nuance and depth for sake of making the story shorter and broadly appealing, but in doing so, they ruin the appeal. I get it, Q. They need to do it to an extent. They do. But I feel like they definitely went over that line in Goblet of Fire, though. I agree. I got my blooming scarf on. Sorry, guys. Outrageous. We're nearly done, guys. We're nearly through the book club. This has been a lot of fun. It really has. Well, and a lot of consensus as well. Not much division. I'm not saying that division's a bad thing, but there seems to be a general agreement about all the different parts in this one. I think because of the movie. I think I think that's partly why. Either way, and I still like the movie, guys. I do. Well, I'm late again. Not too late though. But hi, Veggie. Why are Gryffindors so obsessed with themselves? Ron and Seamus complaining about the potential Slytherin champion and Cedric being chosen. I thought it was Harry who said that he didn't want a Slytherin champion, but you could be right. It does sound more like something that Ron would say. Annoying. I do find it annoying as well, to be honest, Will. But it is realistic, though. It is realistic. The other schools are kind of getting the Slytherin treatment as the people from those schools are seen as antagonistic and annoying. You specifically point out Karkaroff and Fleur. Yeah, I'm glad that you did that, because right now I don't know much about Drumstrang students. We know a little bit about Beauxbatons, but I'm willing to give him another chance though, because like I say, when I was reading it, it didn't come off as snobbish, apart from Fleur. But yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. It's gonna be fascinating to hear more, or maybe it's just oh, maybe I'm just a petty Slytherin. No, you're not, Will. No, I can completely see your standpoint on that, so don't worry about that. And H, I believe, rounds this session up, guys. That's not a sentence. Justice for Pavlikov. I'm glad someone mentioned him. Well done, H. I hope we hear more about him. He had food all down his top and everything, apparently, after the feast as well. That Karkaroff has a go about. Also known by the nickname Disgusting Boy. Yeah, a teacher referring to someone as disgusting, guys. I once had should I say this? Yeah. I was brought up Catholic, guys, and so it's church every single weekend, everything like that. And I went to confession once and told the priest how long it had been, and they called me disgusting, and that has always sat with me. Disgusting because it'd been quite a while since I had been to confession. It's not great for someone trying to build confidence up in themselves to call them disgusting, but I don't know if you'd get that with priests anymore, to be honest. I don't know. I don't hold it against him, guys. He thought I was disgusting, and if that's the case, then that's fine. But it did upset me at the time, I must admit. Anyway, I apologise. Why am I bringing the mood down right at the end of the Book club. Okay. I prefer the book version of the beard thing with the twins. Instead of fighting, we get Dumbledore showing up, being very amused, and reacting to Fred and George, laughing themselves, seems more apt than the weird fights in the film. It really is the first time that we've seen. They're not. Dumbledore isn't disciplining them here. So what is he doing? He's acknowledging the fact that they failed to outwit him, which really shows a lovely side of Dumbledore. And having that in Goblet of Fire, with how Gambon's Dumbledore is, it would seem unusual, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh man, very interesting. I love the whole scene with everyone discussing what to do with the fourth champion. It's brilliant. I loved it. It's my favourite scene of these chapters, definitely. I think someone at the Ministry needs to have a discussion amongst themselves about the merit of having blind magical contract involved in these things like this. Yes, it's insane to me. Because the goblet isn't tied to the Triwizard Tournament, right? I'm pretty certain it isn't. As in, it has to be used for the Triwizard Tournament to exist. Well, in that case, make another tournament where it doesn't have to exist. There we go. Because you don't have to do it each year, we know that much. It seems a bit silly and insane, H. Yes, I completely agree, though. And that round it up, guys. I'm just going to go into here just to see if there's any late comments. The screen will shift over a little bit, so it'll look a bit weird for you, but that's okay. It'll only be brief. There is a Mortimer got their comment in. So Mortimer, I'm so sorry that your comment isn't in shot, but it's Mortimer making it, guys, and I'll read it. Did someone say that? I feel like someone said that they wanted to send me a book club message privately. So I you know what? I'm going to check that, and then I'll set up the screen properly. Yeah, so I just wanted to check because someone asked me recently if they can still send DM messages on Patreon using the community post and then into DMs. I think that's how you do it because that's how it is on my setup as a creator. And you absolutely can, guys. All I ask is that you make sure, 100% sure, that there's no spoilers in the comment because no one else can review them. And you start the comment by saying book club notes. Then I know to not click on it until it's time to actually read them in the video. And you can have them anonymous, or you can have me read your name out. But some people like to DM me them just so they don't get replies, because sometimes they worry about what they're going to be saying. It may be taken the wrong way by some people. I think that we've improved on that, guys. I feel like there was a time where people were kind of at each other, and I'm so sorry that I didn't get up on top of that sooner, because it is on me, guys. It's my blooming project that we're doing here, and so it is on me to make sure that sort of things didn't happen. And so I'm so sorry if that did turn anyone off commenting. I feel like we're past that now, and so if you would like to return to commenting, I'd love to see it again. But if you prefer to be stealth with it, that's also absolutely fine. But I do apologise about not getting on top of that sooner. Mortimer, I'm just going to double check my emails just to make sure no one else has commented since. Yeah. Okay, right. Dumbledore, Moody, Hermione. It's impossible that Harry put his name in the in the goblet. He would have to full age line and the goblet itself. Absolutely. Although that being said, someone has. But the age line is the key thing to make it so Harry couldn't have done. Although someone did say Only could scrunch it up and throw it. But I don't know if that, it probably has to be placed in by the hand of... I know, because Harry didn't place it in, so it doesn't have to be the hand of the person. Anyway. Snape. Potter did it. I'm sure it's his fault. It's so Snape. Just shows how Snape is blinded by hate towards Harry and can't use simple logic. It's true, Mortimer. He has a shortcut to thinking that everything's Potter's fault, doesn't it? Harry's fault. He has a shortcut to thinking that everything is Harry's fault. There we go. There it is in English. And its only role in being there is to basically say, "Yeah, Potter's up to it again." That's the only reason why. I don't understand why he's in that scene. I really don't. And no one else brought up in the book club. So maybe there is a rational reason behind why he's there, but I don't quite understand it, to be honest. Either way, guys, whilst we're here, I'm going to edit this and say that it is being completed, just so we don't get any more comments. But thank you all for taking a part in this. It's been a lot of fun. I always have to make things difficult for myself by adding extra buttons into things. This part of the book club is now complete, literally. Thanks for taking part, and see you next time for less infamous chapters. Oh, I don't know, actually. I have no idea. But this was certainly an infamous one today, though. That's fine. I was worried that you should be saying that, but that's fine, guys. Basically, some of you may be surprised by what just popped up on screen there, because when I first started Patreon, guys, you didn't have to have any levels at all. And that was perfect for me, because then people could give exactly what they wanted. It didn't have to be about selections and everything. Then, a couple of months ago, it got to the point where you weren't able to post something to patrons and not public without having tiers. And so I then had to make these stupid tiers. And so I made £1, which I want you to do, guys. If you want to pledge more, feel free to, but never feel like you have to, though, guys. So it's more important to me that people feel like they're able to be a part of this than for me to only have people who are able to pay more. And so please do. I say in the descriptions of on the Patreon, you will get everything if you go for the lowest price. The rest are, I guess you could say, tips, or, you know, if you just want to support the channel in that way more, it's greatly appreciated, guys. But never feel like you need to. I'd much rather more people be able to be a part of these book clubs than keep it to people who are just able to afford more, you know. And so that's why it had the tiers there. It's basically saying, hey, do you want this to go out to your £10 patrons or £5 and not your lower ones? Every time I don't know if I should say never. I never plan on ever posting anything on Patreon that isn't for everyone who's paid towards the Patreon. I just don't, guys. I don't. I know other people with patrons do and everything, and I'm not saying that I'm holier than them or anything like that. But I just, it doesn't make sense to me, and so that's why I don't. And so that's why it showed those tiers then. And I could have taken it off, like £1 and £3, and only have it for £5 and up and everything. But I don't intend on ever doing that for Patreon. And so if you want to check out the Patreon, that's basically the gig now. When it comes up, it will show you tiers. And that is only because I had to put tiers on there to be able to post things on Patreon. So yeah, it was quite a change, that was. Stressful day that was when that kicked in. So there's no announcement. It just suddenly happened that you had to have tiers. Anyway, that's enough waffle, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. This was a lot of fun. Greatly appreciated. Love every single one of you. Thank you so much for being part of this book club. And all I'll say is, Dumbledore said calmly. Please like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS, and I'll see you next time. Uttipuff!